Salve cari amici, siamo lieti di darvi il benvenuto al progetto di ricerca internazionale Caleidoscopio dei Fatti. La nostra trasmissione è organizzata da membri del Movimento Sociale Internazionale all'Atra, provenienti da Italia, Spagna e America Latina. Alla sua preparazione hanno partecipato volontari da tutto il mondo. Trasmettiamo in diretta con la traduzione su molte forme di streaming.
Salve amici, nei libri di Anastasia Novic e nei programmi con Igor Mikhailovich Danilov sull'Atra TV, il tema dell'influenza delle immagini sulle persone è stato sollevato più volte. I partecipanti al movimento internazionale sociale all'Atra si sono interessati a capire questo aspetto in modo più dettagliato. E così l'argomento della nostra 23esima puntata è il potere delle immagini. Guardiamo insieme il trailer.
Gabrummaan yeroo hundumaa jiraachaa ture. Aangoo namni tokko nama biraa irratti qabu yookiin gareen namoota xiqqaa dhala namaa hunda irratti qabu yoo yaadda hin dogoggorre. Garuu gabrummaan sadarkaa ol'aanaa akka jiru beektu, warri dhala namaa bulchan illee gabrummaa keessa jiru. Kan nama hunda to'atu eenyu? Meeshaaleen inni namaa fi dhala namaa to'achuuf gargaaramuun maali? Akkamitti akka to'atamtee jirtu hubachuu dandeessaa? Humna fakkiiwwanii. Akkamiin yaadna? Naannawa keenyatti fakkiiwwan ifa ta'an hedduun kan jiran maaliifi? Walfakkeenyi yaadaa fi yaadni garee akkamitti uumama? Fakkiiwwan sadarkaa fiiziyooloojiitti akkamitti dhaabbataa ta'u? Araarni fakkii akkamitti uumama? Fakkiiwwan fayyadamuun namoota to'achuuf dhiibbaa uumuu. Waa'ee fakkiiwwanii ilaalchisee amantiiwwan adda addaa maal jedhu? Amantiiwwan dogoggoraa. Dhugaan jiru eessaa jalqaba? Saayinsii ammayyaa waa'ee qabiyyee bu'uura fakkiiwwanii. Dhuguma bilisa ta'uu kan dandeenyu akkamitti? Daawwadhaa Waxabajjii 13 bara 2022 Toora Dhugaa humna fakkiiwwanii. Hirmaattota allaatiraa IPM Xaaliyaanii, Ispeenii fi Laatiin Ameerikaa irraa dhufaniin kan jalqabame.
13th, 2022, the Kaleidoscope of Facts.
La vita o ci è stata imposta? E se sì, da chi e perché? Chi ha ridotto in schiavitù l'intera umanità? Chi sta prendendo le nostre vite nel vero senso di questa parola? Dopotutto, ognuno di noi potrebbe vivere molto più a lungo. Ma quanto potrebbero durare le nostre vite? E quale altro potenziale? Anzi, sarà molto interessante. Rimanete con noi. Luca, avrei una domanda per te. Hai mai pensato a cosa influenza le tue decisioni?
Sì, è davvero avvenuto. Le decisioni influenzano le nostre azioni e le azioni determinano il nostro destino. Il processo decisionale si basa sul pensiero, cioè il pensiero innesca questa catena. Il filosofo Nietzsche diceva che sono solo i pensieri e non le circostanze esterne rendono una persona infelice oppure felice. Gestendo i suoi pensieri si gestisce la propria felicità. Nel libro Sensei di Anastasia Novic si dice che l'uomo è un essere pensante e che il suo potere principale risiede appunto nei suoi pensieri.
È vero Luca, un pensiero è la nostra vera forza. Oggi cercheremo di capire tutti insieme cosa è un pensiero e come può una persona gestirlo, come nascono i pensieri e come avviene il processo del pensiero. Perché la corteccia cerebrale, che inizia a elaborare qualsiasi informazione, è chiamata corteccia visiva.
Sì, ricevitore, comincia a ricevere delle informazioni visuali che poi vengono convertite in immagini e successivamente in pensieri. Non ti fidi? Guarda te stesso i tuoi pensieri mentre ti vengono in mente. Guardiamo a questo proposito insieme un frammento del video, dal richiamo di Magdi con Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
My friend, how do you perceive a thought? Say, a thought has come. After all, in the beginning, it sometimes comes as a picture, an image.
An image.
But most often, you detect it when you already hear it.
Testing your playback
Meaning,
sound system.
Who voices this thought within you? Just sit quietly, relax, and simply observe your thoughts. Even look at how you're observing. Simply. And you will understand that the thought is not you. It's not your thought. Try to focus it on, well, for instance, lip. Put it in front of you and try to look at it. And the first thing your own consciousness will tell you is, well, why should I look at it? What's interesting here? You'll say, no, I have to look. I'm conducting an experiment. All right, there, from behind, you will understand that your thoughts are neither the first nor the second one. But it turns out that what's yours is that there at a distance, you're observing these actors who are portraying yourself in your head. These are exactly shaitans. These are the ones who are playing with you, my friend.
I pensieri sono sempre preceduti da immagini. Quando una persona gli dedica la propria attenzione, si attivano. Uno studio guidato da Eleanor Amir del Dipartimento di Psicologia e da Evelina Fedorenko della Harvard Medical School ha scoperto che le persone creano immagini visive per accompagnare il loro discorso. È descritto in un articolo pubblicato sulla rivista Neuroimage. Per capire meglio come le persone utilizzano ciascun modo di pensare, Amit e i suoi colleghi hanno progettato una serie di esperimenti. Gli scienziati hanno utilizzato la risonanza magnetica funzionale per tracciare le attività cerebrali dei soggetti. Lo studio che ne è scaturito ha dimostrato che i soggetti hanno generato immagini visive indipendentemente dal fatto che la loro intenzione fosse quella di visualizzare qualcosa o di pensare verbalmente. Questo studio ha dimostrato che gli esseri umani pensano per immagini.
Sì, anche altri studi confermano la stessa cosa, ma chiunque può seguire il modo in cui i pensieri gli arrivano. Vedrà che i pensieri in quanto tali non sono nelle parole. Le immagini ci vengono incontro, una sostituisce l'altra. Possono anche essere tante immagini, una interrompe l'altra. Sono tutte immagini bidimensionali. È sufficiente prestare attenzione, o meglio, applicare il potere della nostra attenzione, ed è come se mettessimo il cursore sull'immagine e la stampassimo, cioè come se l'attivassimo. E allora questa immagine diventa tridimensionale nella nostra testa. Pensiamo per immagini. Se avete dei dubbi in proposito, proveremo a convincervi. Alexander, a te la parola.
Welcome, dear friends. Not long ago, neurophysiologists and neurolinguists were convinced that full-fledged thinking can be formed only on the basis of speech and represents so-called inner speech. And hence, the misconception that one thinks in one native language, for example, an Englishman in English, but this is not so. Everyone thinks in images, but he or she considers to be thinking in words. For example, when we say the word apple, it is an image of a juicy fruit that appears before our mental eyes, not the word. But you can put the problem another way. Imagine writing the word apple. In this case, it's not the fruit, but the process of writing the word on the page that will most likely appear in the mind, and only later an image of an apple may arise. This is an example of a combination of sensory motor and visual imagery, as we would need to use our hand muscles and writing skills for such an action in reality. And now I'd like to ask you to answer the following simple questions. What shape are the ears of a dachshund? Of a blackberry? How far from your house is the nearest park or a public garden? Which things that you are doing bring you joy? Have you ever had pets? Who did you talk to yesterday and about what? And what were your plans for tomorrow? And what do you intend to do tomorrow? What was the last time you were outdoors or traveling? And how do you usually get home? You know, to answer these questions, people usually imagine in images what is being asked about. For example, to determine the shape of a dachshund ears, first, the dog itself appears before our inner eyes, and then the dog's ears are examined. And did you note that in almost all of the suggested options, your thinking operated with images? Human thinking or mental pictures, and only later they are formed into words at the symbolic form to be expressed in oral or written form. And our inner speech is mostly often nothing more than a rehearsal. Words and speech are not a means of thinking, but primarily the means of communication, exchanging information with others. When scientists encountered this phenomenon, they wondered what is common between the imaginary and what is actually observed in the external world, between the mental image and perception. They did a series of experiments and found that for the brain, it's actually the same thing. You see, the brain doesn't distinguish between watching internal television or observing something outside in the outside world. Activity appears in the same areas of projective cortex, and then the associated action arise, for example, in response to what is happening. And this can be traced in the certain structures of a limbic system or by autonomous reactions like pulse, breathing, pupillary reaction, and so on. And the most convincing confirmation can be obtained by determining whether the same brain structures are involved in visual representation as in visual perception. And a lot of this kind of data has been collected in recent years. Let's talk about it now. For example, an interesting study was conducted by Italian neurologist Bisiak on patients with lesions of parietal lobe on the right hemisphere. In this case, disregard of the left side of the visual field develops. For example, if a man looks at the town square, he sees only what on the right, and a man may not, or if it's a woman with a lesion, she may not use makeup for her left eye, and so on. Bisiak asked such patients to imagine a square in their hometown, Milan, and tell how it looked like when they faced the church. The patient named mostly the objects to the right and very few to the left. When they were asked to imagine the same square, but from the opposite side, if they were standing in front of the church and looking for the square, patient did not name the object they were previously listed, that were on the left, ignoring the left side and manipulating images in mind manifested the same way as when perceiving. An extensive program of visual imagery studies was also conducted by Stephen Koslin and his collaborators. Koslin asked subjects to look carefully at a map of an island for a while and memorize points like house, lake, moved. The subject were asked to imagine this map and mentally look on one side of the points. Then Koslin called another point, and the test subject were asked to answer whether it was on a map, yes or no, and to draw a straight line from the first point to the second. registration of time to answer allow to estimate that speed of movement in mental space. And it was shown that the dynamics of mental scanning time is similar to the dynamics of considering these objects on the map. That is, image code resembles in essential respect the dynamics of perception process. And it turned out in both cases, the time of scanning is linear function of the distance between 2 points. So in other words, imagery information is represented and processed in the same way as perceived information is processed and represented. So thus, similarity of imaginative process of perception was found. When we scientists some time ago conducting the positron emission tomography experiment, it provides a striking comparison of the brain structures involved in perception and imagery. Test subjects performed 2 different tasks during the brain scan: a perception task and an imagery task. In the perception task, and you can see it on the screen right now, a rectangular capital letter was presented against a grid, and then a cross was presented on one of the grid cells. The task was to decide as quickly as possible whether the cross fell on any parts of rectangular letter. In the imagery task, the background grid was presented again, but without the letter. Beneath the grid was a lowercase letter, and the subjects were instructed to create an image of a lowercase version of the letter and project it onto the grid. Presented on the grid cells, and the subjects had to determine if it fell on any part of imaginary rectangular letter or not. And not surprisingly, the perception task caused an increase in the neural activity in the areas of visual cortex. But the same thing happened in the imagery task. Indeed, the imagery task led to increase in activity in the structures of brain that are known to belong to primary cortical areas. The first received visual information. And what's even more surprising that the fact that neural structures that determine our ability to think, to imagine, coincide with neural structures, and they're responsible for our memory. So any mental program in the form of a picture or a word, behind which we have found all of the same pictures, appears in our consciousness only as a proposal, suggestion, and whether or not we are interested in how events will develop further, our inner state, state of well-being, quality of thoughts, and actions. Thank you so much.
Grazie Alexander.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you for sharing. It's really very interesting information. If our brain does not distinguish between looking at pictures in our head or observing something in the outer world, then it turns out that it reacts in the same way and uses the forces of our body regardless of whether we are participating in the event or just imagining. And this is already a serious argument for observing our thoughts, that we are the participants of the event, right? When we put our attention into a picture in our head, certain emotions are activated in us. Behind our mood and its fluctuations are actually images. Let us take a closer look at how this works. Diana, you have the floor, please.
Greetings, dear friends. Today we will talk not just about an interesting topic, but I would say a vital one for every person. We exist in a world of images, in the world of fantasy, a world of illusion, literally. All we see around us are images, all kinds of pictures, landscapes. Everything that surrounds us is an image. Pictures in our head, in our dreams, in our fantasies, they are all images. Our body is the external picture of our image. Why are we talking about the power of images today? Because today, images control the behavior of all all people on our planet, with very few exceptions. Less than 1% of people are really free in their decisions and their actions. What is behavior? It is a series of actions that we perform every second. So every action of each person today begins with an image, the image that you hold your attention to. Do you doubt it? Here is an example. You are sitting, working, or watching a movie, and suddenly an image flashes in your mind, an image of a son, daughter, mother, or acquaintance. And then a thought appears. I wanted to call, to warn, to remind of something, or to clarify, or just I need to call. And here comes the anxiety, so you pick up the phone and start calling. But it all started with an image. Or you looked out of the window. You saw a flowering tree, a lawn, and pulled up a memory of last year's vacation, in the form of a series of beautiful pictures. A thought arises where to go this year. You got a pleasant emotion. You go to the computer and start browsing through sites with suggestions on the subject. You have planned a meeting, a trip, a walk, or a trip to the store. It doesn't matter. The first things that pop up in your head are images. You'll have pictures flashed in your head, forming an expectation of how things are going to happen, what you will look like, what you will say, what you will be told, what the place where you're going will look like. Everything that relates to the upcoming event will unfold in your head as a stream of images. Then it won't be like that, it's always wrong. But it starts with this. Do you still have doubts? Then sit down, close your eyes, relax, and try not to think about anything. The first thing you'll see is a flood of images, and a nine stream that you can't get rid of. As soon as you focus your attention on one of them, you're sucked into the stream of thoughts about that image. Sit and observe, and you'll realize that you do not control this process. So the algorithm of action formation is as follows: image, thought, emotion, reaction in the body, action. But what triggers this whole algorithm is your attention. It's like a computer, a mass of advertising pictures. As long as you don't hover your cursor over one of them, they're just pictures that fly by. But as soon as you put your cursor over them, information about the picture starts pouring out. Where, what, when you can buy. The cursor that triggers the algorithm for action is human attention. There are a lot of pictures around us, and we have a continuous stream of images in our head. As soon as you stop your attention at one of them, a stream of thoughts appears which corresponds to this image. And depending on what thoughts you agree with, such will be the emotions, and so will be your mood. For example, a mom is going to wake her children up in the morning. On the way to the children's room, an image of their sweet, sleeping faces pops up in her head. She imagines how tenderly she begins to stroke her babies, gently whisper something in their ear, and kick them gently, playing so that the children gradually wake up. And this will cause warm feelings and pleasant emotions. But there may also be another image, memory. For example, how the kids do not want to wake up for a long time, and she has to go into the room a few times, how the kids are fooling around in the bath, how long it takes them to pull on their clothes. Then there are those traffic jams. I will definitely be late. After these images and thoughts, Mom will walk into the room with a different set of emotions. Thoughts are always different, but they are mainly negative. That's how our consciousness works. It's very easy to see that. We only have 4 emotions: fear, aggression, sadness, and euphoria. Over 80% of emotions are negative. Only one is the equivalent of joy. Emotions are a consequence of thoughts. Since most emotions are negative, most thoughts are negative as well. Just think back, or observe, how often are you in high spirits and how long do you stay in such a mood? Do you see a lot of happy people on the street? Your friends, relatives, acquaintances, colleagues. Watch them. What information do they mainly share? How do they evaluate other people and themselves? And you'll see that negative emotions, negative attitudes towards each other prevail. There are several important points in the action generation scheme. Remember, as soon as you look at a picture, it becomes a trigger for your next action. Emotion is always a consequence of the thoughts in your head that you agreed to. You are not at a person's action. You are upset not because the situation is the way it is, but because you choose to evaluate a certain person or situation in a certain way. Emotions trigger a whole chain of chemical reactions in the body. They start releasing different substances into the bloodstream, for instance, hormones. Everyone knows very well which hormones are released to certain emotions. Fear and aggression always come together. They produce adrenaline, noradrenaline and cortisol. When we like something, when we experience pleasure, dopamine is released. Good, joyful and elated mood produces serotonin. Euphoria is maintained by dopamine and serotonin. We all know this very well because we are told a lot that our mood, our emotions depend on whether we have enough of a chemical substance in our body or not, if we have the right amount of specific hormones or not. However, all experience in psychiatry confirms the invalidity of the statement that chemistry is primary in the brain and determines a person's mental state. All mental illnesses are chronic in nature. This means that they are not curable. Treatment with chemistry with drugs leads to the person's degradation and painful death. Why does such a situation occur? Because the cause of the diseases is misidentified. The cause is not an imbalance of chemicals in the brain, but a misunderstanding of who a person is. What is a person's personality? What is consciousness? How are they related to each other? And what tools does the personality have to manage its state and prevent itself from becoming mentally ill? I didn't misspell it. Everyone is perfectly capable of maintaining self-control in any situation, and certainly of not driving oneself into mental disorder. And you don't need a doctor for that. Depression is a vivid example of how invalid this statement is. An imbalance of brain chemistry is the cause of mental illness. One of the symptoms of depression is a permanently low mood. What boosts the mood? Serotonin. The action of most antidepressants is based on keeping a certain level of serotonin in the brain. Medications, however, don't solve the problem. Depression is one of the main conditions leading to suicide today. There may be a temporary effect of improvement as long as a person takes the medication. But very often, this effect is weak, temporary, or even absent at all. What does a depressed person do? All his time, all his attention is focused on the image of oneself, miserable, misunderstood, and unwanted. The person is overwhelmed with thoughts of the injustice in the world and hopelessness of his situation. He is constantly absorbed in thoughts, blaming oneself and other people. These thoughts and images keep him in a constant state of fear, aggression, and sadness. Accordingly, his adrenaline, cortisol, and norepinephrine levels are high and serotonin production is reduced. Therefore, the doses of antidepressants have to be constantly increased and by no means cancelled. The cause of depression is focusing on selfish thoughts about oneself and complaints about everything and everyone. In fact, antidepressants cause a more interesting effect that is not written or talked about. They limit, block the brain's ability to accept images and negative thoughts that cause a depressed mood. And this is a more important part of their action, because it's connected to the cause of this condition. However, this effect is temporary. Let's take a more simple example. Any person's mood can drop. You can increase your serotonin level by eating a chocolate bar, a cake, or a banana. Will that improve your mood? Yes, but if you go to the mirror, look at your reflection in it, and listen to the thought, I must be an idiot to eat that cake again. I don't fit into anything. And that's it, you won't be in a good mood anymore. What caused serotonin levels to drop? The image I was looking at and the thoughts evaluating that image which I agreed with. But I could have chosen a different thought by looking at my reflection. What a beauty! The bigger the cushion, the sweeter the pushing. And the serotonin level wouldn't have dropped, your mood wouldn't have dropped, and there would have been more of dopamine. The release of certain hormones in the brain is a consequence of the experienced emotions, not vice versa. There are endless examples of the power of images over our emotional state. But what is important to understand is that our brain reacts in the exact same way to what we do in reality, to what we imagine, to what we fantasize about, to what we see in our dreams or when we observe someone else's actions. It doesn't matter if we are watching a real person or a character on TV. The chemical reactions in the brain and the reactions and sensations in the body will be the same. And this is a very interesting fact. Our brain does not distinguish between illusion, fantasy, and what we call reality. Let's take the loss of a loved one. Everyone knows this feeling, these emotions at a funeral. Several months or even years have passed, but if you just remember the person, the memory comes in the form of an image. This is where he used to sit. This is how he laughed. This was his favorite cap. Here you met him for the first time. Only one thought, I won't see him again. Your eyes fill with tears, your mood is ruined. This person died once, but his image and thoughts about him can plunge you into this suffering as many times as you like. So, here is behavioral management through images. But images do not simply determine human behavior, they form stereotypes of behavior through the anchoring of repetitive emotional reactions and sensations in the body. And dopamine's role here is not insignificant. Dopamine is produced as a confirmation of the pleasure we get. And what do people usually get pleasure from? The highest levels of dopamine are reached when we eat and have sex. Dopamine levels increase when we feel superiority over someone, or the importance that we were able to demonstrate on a physical or intellectual level. Fantasizing while lying on the couch, watching soap operas, entertainment shows, or action movies is also anchored by dopamine as a pleasure. Alcohol consumption and the anticipation from the possibility to drink alcohol is also supported by the release of dopamine. Alcohol is the most neurotoxic poison. Dopamine anchors the killing of a person as a pleasure. But dopamine doesn't encourage studying, washing dishes, cleaning, altruism, or learning something new. It's time to ask ourselves a question of what we get pleasure from, and who inside us gets this pleasure. Because everyone has an experience of joy and pleasure when they have done something nice, kind, and helpful for other people. Have you noticed that these are different pleasures? Pleasures that are anchored by the release of dopamine most often take away our life, while genuinely kind human actions give us states of real happiness and sustain our life. And the brain is calm at this moment. There is no emotion in it. Kindness is not an emotion. Real happiness is not an emotion. And they are not dependent on hormones. But what's interesting is enough to think about impending pleasure to produce dopamine. It is produced in anticipation of pleasure. And what is anticipation of pleasure? It is the anticipation of how it will turn out. It is the images and thoughts in our heads. It is the work of consciousness. And how do we know that we are enjoying ourselves now? We've got a thought in our head. Cool, this is exactly what I need. It may sound in different variants. It's not a girl, it's just a buzzkill. Instead of a girl, it could be a car, a restaurant, an action movie. There is a thought. The thought that anchors that this action is exactly what is needed. Thoughts are the work of consciousness. Does a person need to turn into an alcoholic, a drug addict, a gambler, or a slacker fantasist? Do we really become happy when wasting our lives in an endless race for a new car, house, or clothes? Does the fantasist on the couch become happy? Remember Oblomov. Another trap is the adrenaline high, the rush of strong emotions which a person gets by experiencing stress. Who benefits from that? To tempt a person to risk his life, to satisfy his pride? Any stress is a premature destruction and accelerated aging of the body. Does a person benefit from it? And we are told that this is how our brain functions as a result of evolution. That is, as a result of evolution, it began to work against us, to our detriment. And billions of people today succumb to the manipulation called dopamine high, adrenaline high. But the real high is entirely something else.
But then again, what does the word cave mean? And here we are faced with what? Again, with that very description from the perspective of psychology, medicine and everything else, and just different interpretations in the dictionaries. It is taking drugs, it is pleasant inaction, it is idleness, let's say in delight, and so on. While in reality, as far back as in pre-Quranic times, in the territories where the Quran originated, the word cave meant bliss in God. That is, dwelling of a man in heaven. It was the word cave, or now it is interpreted as ultimate high. So God is a sheer pleasure.
What I would like to point out, I have already said that the brain does not distinguish whether we commit an action in our thoughts, in reality, or together with the main character of a movie who we associate ourselves with. We commit the action that we observe, that we fantasize about, that we dream about. Now remember what movies and TV shows you watch, what computer games you play, how much evil, violence, murder the main characters commit, characters who you associate yourself with. Remember how you laugh and cry as you watch, how your heart races and clenches with fear, how your whole body tenses. Your body confirms that you are doing all the things you are watching. Ask yourself, do I really want to do this? Am I ready to be responsible for my actions? Remember that the images we pay our attention to shape our behavior, directly affecting our attitude toward ourselves and the people who are with us.
Thank you, Diana, for such a detailed explanation. We really should take more seriously the thoughts and the fantasy that we spin in our heads. A thought is not just a product of the human brain. A thought is an information wave. Scientists are confronted in their experiments and studies with facts that speak of a kind of general information field or field structure that is connected to a man. We give the floor to Sergei Nikitich Maslobro, Doctor of Biological Sciences.
In my opinion, a thought is a kind of substance that is not actually a product of a person's own work. Bekhtereва, the daughter of the famous scientist-psychiatrist, said that thoughts are formed outside in the head, They're not in the brain. The brain is like a transmitter. That's it. Yes. It's a translator. It takes and transforms, and then there is a reaction perceived by the body. And why is that? Because there is something common about us, where we are present in parts, like mosaic, and in this common field, information about everything is preserved, the past on Earth, the present, and even the future. It turned out that the field of photos of both living and inanimate objects exists in the form of a field of unknown nature, non-electromagnetic. What is more, it is hardly registered by academic science. Actually, they say that there are torsional fields. There are theories which are not officially recognized. You can check Wikipedia. For some reason, they are called pseudoscientific theories, yet they shouldn't. If they're facts, they should be studied, but not totally denied. Studies of the field of photos are carried out with sensors, and sensors are plants themselves, seeds themselves. They catch everything, they're very sensitive. So the field exists in both living and dead, meaning in objects that have passed away. This fact is just amazing. As the field or the emission of photos exists in objects, or for example in living people, or in living people and those who have gone to the other world, we can suppose that there is a kind of common energy information field, in which the field of the living person was reflected, and when he went to the other world, it was preserved. It's a kind of immortal soul. There is the theory of noosphere, of egregor, the theory of the unconscious, which say that there are always some kind of energy information formations about the individual, which consist or contribute to the field of the individual. But on the other hand, it has a common nature, and you can actually get information from it. And apparently, the feeding of the field of pictures of the deceased goes from there, from above. Anyway, whatever they say, but can you explain why the deceased, their works of art have emission? Then we could involuntarily think that there is some common source over them. So it turns out that since there are such facts, scientists should study them.
Grazie mille, Sergei Nikitic.
Thank you, Sergei Nikitic. We agree with you. Science should take into account all the facts and take a diversified approach to the study of such issues. After all, we do not know a lot about ourselves. We consider our thoughts as our own ones. But it turns out that the brain does not generate thoughts, but brain is only a receiver and transmitter. Information that comes from the outside is formed into an image that comes to life with our attention. But how? Where exactly is this image created? Here is a fragment from the video "Angels Do Not Fall," with the participation of Evgeny Mikhailovich Danilov.
Where does visualization of the image take place? In the neural group. So, if we learn, as they say, to read thoughts, we will see only images. Well, to read thoughts by controlling the neural group, we will see only images that are transmitted and nothing more. We won't be able to see thoughts. Why? Because that's how it works. It's a mechanism, it's a transmission. It transmits certain images, pictures, and everything else, and it turns out that this picture can be transmitted. Even transmissions through feelings is again connected with the neural group. Again, what is it detected by? By our brain, which is then read by our primary consciousness. And from here it arises as our desire. In other words, a picture has originated. And this transmission of information is not a result of, let's say, radiations that we perceive on the EEG. It occurs by means of a different radiation. People like Pavlov, Bechterew, and many others knew about this radiation. They have references to this surge and the like, so they knew and understood that it exists. It was clearly told about it exactly in ancient sources, that which we mentioned, meaning, but this radiation is not detected by our modern, let's say, devices yet. However, if we approach physics from another perspective, it all appears to be easy. What does it turn out to be? It turns out that every person, meaning the work of our neural group or our brain, is like a colorful light bulb in the darkness. I mean, it is visible. Or, let's put it in words, closer to the beginning of the last century. They say it's like a flash of bright, colorful light in ether. This series of colorful flashes, even a person can be identified by these colors. I mean, why? It turns out that this color, emitted by our brain, is individual for everyone, like a fingerprint, cornea, DNA, and the like. And it turns out that by this or that color's intensity one can judge what state a person is in at the moment, whether he's healthy, sick, worried, or something else. Well, these are details, of course. Nevertheless, it all shows not only where exactly a person is, but it also shows in what state he is, in a state of excitement, rest, sleep. Even in his sleep, a person continues to emit. He is visible, but it's clear that the person is sleeping.
This was a very interesting information, and it turns out that the image is transmitted not due to electrical impulses between the brain neurons, which we can see on electroencephalogram, but due to the radiation at an invisible level, which scientists has yet to learn about. Although some steps in this direction are already being made, scientists have discovered that neurons in our brain happen to emit light. Let's hear from Christoph Simon, professor at the Institute of Quantum Science and Technology at the Hotchkiss Brain Institute at the University of Calgary.
One can observe that cells in general and brain cells in particular emit photons at a low level, very low level, but okay. If one is interested in quantum phenomena, it's okay, if the signals are weak, right? Because we are interested in individual photons potentially doing interesting things. So the question we asked was whether these photons could be used somehow as signals for communication between neurons, let's say. And then the really specific thing we did was we asked the question whether the axons so in our brain, like the neurons are connected, right, by these cable-like structures that are called axons, and it's well understood that they can conduct electrical signals. And then what we did a few years ago is we asked the question whether they could also potentially conduct these photons, so photonic signals, and we concluded that seemed quite plausible, at least from a theoretical point of view, and there is some experimental evidence now too that may really be true. So maybe there is an additional sort of communication channel that the neurons could use based on these photons. Most of what's known is known from experiments on animals, first of all. There are some experiments on sort of human brain slices, but that's of course not a person, right? That's just a slice of brain. What is known from experiments on living animals is that it does seem to correlate with brain activity. So that one can see, you know, that there was a famous experiment already in the late 1990s where they showed that there was a correlation between EEG, like electroencephalography recordings, and this biophoton emission somehow. So yeah, so that is known. There is still a lot that we don't know about these photons. They're quite difficult to study because the emission is so weak. Yeah, and we are sort of also we're starting to do our own experiments now in collaboration with neuroscientists, because we want to analyze various things, you know, various properties of these photons in more detail and understand better. It's really quite a low rate of photon emission. Well, okay, there's a caveat. One has to say that these are the photons that are observed from the outside. Now, if we are right that axons serve as waveguides, then there could be significantly more light sort of circulating inside, right? Because we only see the scattered light that's going to the outside. So that could influence this estimate somewhat. But largely, I would say the photon rates would probably be comparable to the rates of action potentials. Which is still, when one keeps in mind that the brain has billions of neurons, you know, that's still quite a lot of photons really per second that could be exchanged. So I mean, that we did have one paper where we talked about maybe making an interface between brains and computers or other devices based on these photons, but that is also, so far, that's just a suggestion. People are generally working on brain-machine interfaces, right? Using different kinds of signals that one can detect from the brain, and these photons, what we said was just that these photons, since one can detect them and they are somehow correlated with our thoughts, however we define thoughts, maybe that could also be a potential way of making an interface, but we haven't done it yet. I can certainly speak to it for my own, you know, field of research. There, it's really essential for us to have a good understanding of the biology, right? Which often then means, which already goes from like the behavior of the, you know, animals or humans that we are talking about, to the biochemistry, right? That's happening in the brain. But also understand the sort of the physics that's involved, right, in like making this chemistry happening. And then if you want to know if quantum effects are important, then you have to understand, you know, really the quantum physics and even quantum technology, because that is somehow inspiring us, right? Like we are looking for similar things now in the brain. So that is clearly too much for any, at least any sort of normal human being, you know, to be an expert for all of these things. So I think, yeah, it's essential to collaborate, and we certainly do. Like we collaborate with biologists, you know, neuroscientists, machine learning experts, you know, depending on sort of what the topic is that we are interested in. We have to collaborate with a range of experts from different areas. And I think that is often how research progresses. There's any more complex problem is going to require. There's so much human knowledge now, right? And it doesn't fit into any one brain, I think. So teams are just more and more important.
Thank you, Dr. Christoph Simon, for your scientific work. It is very important that scientists unite to develop the scientific potential of humanity, that the discovered facts do not adjust to the convenient theories, but serve as a foundation for new discoveries. After all, much, even about the human being himself, such as how we think, how we see, what consciousness is, etc., much all this has not even been revealed by science. Let us even take the phenomenon of alternative vision, when people are able to see, read books, watch TV, and freely navigate in space without the use of vision, ordinary vision. How is this possible if science claims that we receive information about the world around us mainly through visual perception, that is, through the eyes? But people with alternative vision say that they see with their brains. Alexander Levitt has seen practically nothing since birth, but training in alternative vision has given him the ability to see everything. How is this possible? Let us find out.
I had a serious problem with my eyesight. I was born practically blind. My parents were really upset when they discovered it, and the doctors said that it was practically impossible to restore vision, or rather impossible in principle. So my father began to look for some alternative approaches and techniques for vision improvement, development of vision ability. And once he found Vyacheslav Mikhailovich Bronnikov in Moscow. He just arrived in Moscow and met him at a conference. He became interested right away, although there were doubts, and my mom had a lot of doubts too. Because there it was shown how little children at the age of 10 to 12, being blindfolded, could orient in the room and could read books. Of course, it's hard to believe, but he thought that even if it didn't work out, at least his son would be healthier. So he let me train. I was only 9 years old. Once my dad came home and said that the next day we were going to learn to see with the brain. I was like, why should I learn to see with my brain if I can't see with my eyes? Of course, I was already scared. I didn't know what was going to happen, and my mother was really worried. But it was okay. It was not a big deal. There were simple exercises that anyone can do. The point of the training is that we first learn to see, let's say, non-existent things, meaning to create various virtual plots, like in a virtual space. Having our eyes closed, we begin to work with images and learn to make them as intense and vivid as possible, not just as an image of something, but as realistic and deep, as if they were on a TV screen or a monitor. And we work on details, so that we can see and imagine a lot of small details. There are different exercises for that.
Дальше, когда вот это видение виртуальное наработано, мы учимся соединять его с видением того, что есть в пространстве. Это, конечно, самая сложная часть, но если получилось наработать виртуальное видение, то видение реальных существующих вещей
also becomes possible. Our brain is like a modern
современное электронное устройство с нейронными сетями, наша в первую очередь.
They can learn. And different abilities of people, whatever they are, whether it's superpowers, ordinary abilities, or creative abilities, they are based on the fact that certain areas of the brain are being developed. If you know what these areas of the brain are and how to develop them, you get the appropriate results. How impressed I was when I could describe what my father looks like, being exactly blindfolded, because colors are good, impressive, but detached from life. But when I could describe what he was wearing, what he looked like, what he was holding, what hand position he was having, then yes, I was already clear that I managed to do it. Later, when the images are already elaborated in certain focus, there comes a training, the orientation in space, the inner vision screen that I've just mentioned. It is like, let's say, like a visual interface. A lot of people in meditation or even just in psychological practices say, imagine on the inner screen. So it's not something specific. It's just a certain frame on which we see or create an image, so that we have a certain focus, not just some obscure images that are somewhere here and there, maybe bright, maybe not so bright, but to have a certain screen, where we learn to see a fixed image. There is one interesting exercise, when we write a table with numbers on this screen, and then reproduce and read it. So it is very important exactly to develop details of a visible image. Not even to develop memory, but precisely to be able to reproduce a lot of small details. And the psyche could be a computer. It is a kind of term. It's basically a certain interface, a particular program for our brain that helps us manage different abilities.
Alexander, grazie per aver
Thank you
condiviso
so much, Alexander, for sharing your experience with us. Examples like this are important to show because they raise a big question for science. And it's worth noting that those are not miracles or any kind of magic tricks. Alexander's example is far from like being alone in the field. The ability to see and receive information about the world around us with eyes closed was confirmed by the scientist from Italy. How it happened will tell us more by Enrico Pierangeli.
So I'm a neurosurgeon. I trained and worked for several decades in the neurosurgery department of the General Hospital in Bari. After that, for many years, I was the head of the neurosurgery department at Santissima Annunziata Hospital in Toronto, a city where I also taught at the university. Now I'm retired, but I'm still working as a freelancer. I met a Russian engineer named Mark Komissarov, who claimed to have developed a technique to enhance humans' ability to see, which he called infovision. And basically, he taught classes where people were wearing a black mask over their eyes. He directed light to glabella. Glabella is an area called the third eye in the Hindu tradition, corresponding more or less to the anatomical regions of hypophysis, cavernous sinus, hypothalamus, behind which there is the third ventricle of cerebrum with epiphysis. This is some kind of a center of biological life, and it also corresponds to the mark that the Hindus paint on their forehead, the so-called third eye. So Mark Komissarov pointed a flashlight or a pocket lamp towards this area, saying to people, "We are trying to activate your ability to see, but not with your eyes," and show them glossy colored pieces of paper. He insisted that people would achieve the ability to see these colors. There were very many exercises to do. Gradually, you notice, as if a small porthole like on ships, more or less round or oval, very vague, emerges through the mask. So at first, you can hardly see any color. When you're asked, you often make mistakes. But by repeating many times, you realize that the percentage of mistakes is reducing. And this sort of porthole becomes less vague, as if it was glass in a car control panel, which is a vague when you are driving, but it gradually becomes clear till this porthole becomes completely clear, and it is easier to see colors of paper. Then, little by little, you will be able to recognize objects. Gradually, the porthole becomes wider, so that eventually you see better and better. Initially, it often happens that participants avert their eyes during training. I mean, they look one side or another, or downward, which gives the impression that they are trying to see through the edges of the mask. This led us to the wish to document that it's not about lateral vision, but indeed, there's the activation of a possibility to see which does not go through the eyeball, and this vision may be common to most of us. It's quite possible, as almost all children can develop this gift immediately. We try to show experimentally that in such cases, the vision doesn't go through the eye, but has another type of transmission or distribution. So we conducted a study in the laboratory of quantum physics and electrophysiology of Professor Elio Conte in Bari. We took 4 volunteers who practiced with the engineer Mark Commissaro, who had learned to see with a black mask. We invited friends, meaning our acquaintances, to eliminate any kind of fraud. A dermatologist and a young graduate. Another woman was a teacher. Basically, they were ordinary people who were just trying to develop this ability. The device was developed by Professor Elio Conte. He also gave the equipment for electroencephalography, meaning it was in the laboratory of electrophysiology. He simply took a scuba mask as the basis and remade it. For the mask, a special rubber was used, which was completely non-transparent. He did a whole series of tests and first put light meters inside, and then repeated that with infrared cameras. So it's pretty simple equipment and relatively inexpensive too. A friend of mine, an ophthalmologist, did research with retinal potentials and showed that the visual impulse does not pass through the retina because electrical activity is not activated. You know that the retina transforms the light wave into electrochemical energy, and there is a transformation, lumirodopsin, rhodopsin, lumirodopsin. And this is a purely biochemical process, and therefore it does not pass through. It is probably a purely vibratory effect. However, quantum physics has been talking about this for many years. We are immersed in vibratory fields, and the light waves from red to violet are just part of the vibrations. In humans and animals, an organ develops in the anterior part of the encephalon, which then becomes the optic nerve, and the anterior part of the optic nerve transforms and gives rise to what we call the eye. It means that in the brain there is an eversion that originates in the front part, where the plasma is located, at the junction of the optic nerves, which corresponds to the area of, shall we say, the third eye, which we spoke of earlier. This is the eversion that Mother Nature created for animals that need to live in the light, so that when they see, they could transform light waves from red to violet. I repeat, only these waves. Other animals have another structure. Bats use other types of waves. Nocturnal birds use other types of waves or even other types of frequencies. So once we begin to use the word wave and waves of different frequencies, gently and carefully, we become less conditioned by the idea of light and not light, because waves are everywhere around us, aren't they? Now we are talking with you, and it is the waves that allow television vision. There are noises, waves that reach our ear. They are just waves, and the ear picks up certain frequencies. But not all, just like the eye. What we call colors are just vibrations of frequency. So there are a lot of possibilities. I'm not an expert on music and waves. There are just a lot of things that make me say, let's try to understand a little better why what we call colors are actually waves. And we also know what effect the waves have on animals, plants, and us. Not just light waves. Obviously, if everything is vibrations, then we are immersed in vibrational fields, and so it is quantum physics that opened this way. Quantum physics says that if a butterfly flaps its wings in Japan, there might be a thunderstorm in Canada. Like this, everything is interconnected. Moreover, we know that there are such phenomena as telepathy. The phone rings and perhaps you already know who is calling. You answer, "Hello, I was just thinking of you." That happens really often, very often. So there are these vibrational fields that we are immersed in. This is the most possible answer. But it's important to study this and see the statistics. The fact that certain phenomena don't manifest 100% when you study them doesn't mean they don't exist. It means they just need to be studied.
Grazie mille Enrico.
Thank you very much, Enrico. We totally agree with you. This needs to be studied. If everything that surrounds us is of one and the same informational nature, as you've just said, vibrational fields, then by getting information in waves, our pineal gland is somehow involved in transforming it into a picture, an image in our brain. That's very interesting. What do you think about it, Alexander?
I think it's partly connected with the pineal gland and partly related to the thalamus, the center which is responsible for perception. How is everything structured in us? There is an eye, there are receptors. Information enters through the optic nerve and then it branches off. One part goes to the cortex, where information analysis occurs, and one part goes to the thalamus, where the optic tubercles are located, where perception happens, where what we see is connected with sensory experience. And I think this wire, the optic nerve, is just not involved, right? So we develop the thalamus, and somehow those parts of the brain that are responsible for images, imagination and fantasy suddenly start picking up signals from objective reality. I think it happens somehow like this. There are some secondary receptors, they can't but exist. We just don't know about them. Science doesn't know about them, or it doesn't even know how to look at them in the right way. I mean, scientists used to study skin vision. I mean, they think there are some receptors somewhere on the skin, or they try to approach this question in some other way. I know very little about the anatomy and physiology of high nervous activity, but it seems to me that we have secondary receptors in the thalamus, in the subcortical nuclei, which allow us to spontaneously see something that is beyond our reach. I think it is connected with those very secondary receptors that we have in the ancient structures of the brain, and the conclusions that the researchers who studied the Bronico method and Natalia Petrovna Bekhtereва drew tell about something similar. Another thing is that it was apparently impossible to determine a clear localization. But when the study was conducted at the Brain Institute of Natalia Bekhtereва, it was at least clearly traced when this mode switched on, when this mode was off, And even more, scientists managed to find changes in the activity of the brain, but they could not fully explain that, apparently because there was not enough time, not enough participants. Literally, after half a year of training, I got this so-called alternative vision. Then experts, doctors trained according to this, worked with me, and in fact, everything was done intuitively. I mean, nobody knew how to do it right. They used different playful approaches and techniques. When, for example, I was studying anatomy and physiology, and I saw my eye on the left side of the screen and on the right side of the screen the norm, how the image should be. So one image was superimposed on the other. Or I worked with rays, created some kind of virtual rays or something else. There was an exercise where I created a very small virtual object, like a satellite. Then I entered my eye and began to correct something. But I believe the main thing is not that, but the main point was that I developed an alternative vision, and the brain somehow rebuilt itself, and the ordinary vision adopted. The structure of nerve cells and receptors somehow changed. Let's say I see something with alternative vision, and then I turn it off. And in case of eyes, it is not so good at all. And the brain kind of says, where is it? And somehow some kind of mechanism is triggered that enhances at least the preserved receptors or nerve cells. I think that's what happened in my case in the first place.
Grazie Alexander. Quello che ci hai detto
Thank you, Alexander. This is a very interesting moment. It turns out that your physical vision has been restored, even though the doctors said it was impossible. And you think it's because you've learned to receive information about the world in a different way, correct? And that should really be studied.
Yes, that's true. There is evidence that suggests that human receiving and perception and processing of information, his thinking has an information wave nature. And the human brain actually only transforms the information which it receives. The task of science is to see these factors and find a scientific basis for them. Enrico, could you please tell us why the phenomena of informational vision, as you just call it, confirms this?
Ordinary vision, in presence of light, transmits information as light waves, extended in the frequency spectrum from red to violet. With properly functioning eyes, the retina activates a biochemical reaction which converts the light wave into an electrical impulse. The wave, moving along the optic nerve, reaches the brain centers, mainly two visual centers located in the rear occipital part, and other two visual centers, the corpora quadrigemina, in the rear part of the brain stem. This is the side in the common sense, what we call ordinary vision, which means by eyes. Infovision, on the other hand, while wearing a black mask that does not allow eyes to receive light, implies therefore a contact with another kind of information, an information that we clearly believe is caused by a vibrational type of contact, as you have suggested. But the thing is, we don't have an instrument yet, allowing us to measure this type of vibration. This is a purely technical fact because, you see, at CERN in Geneva, they tell us that the so-called empty space is not empty at all. Sometimes some kind of substances come out of the vacuum. Let's call them waves. Look, when I talked to the ophthalmologist who was studying the retina, he said, no, it doesn't go through the retina. I asked, but why aren't you publishing? He said, no, I don't want to publish because people are distrustful and will remain distrustful. I should commit to doing research, studying the problem rather than listening to all those people who say, it's not true and I'm cheating them. But why do I need that? I work as an ophthalmologist and I get on with my life.
Grazie Enrico per aver condiviso.
Thank you, Enrico, for sharing such an important piece of information with us and not being afraid to tell the truth, which is important. And it's very sad that our consumer society has gotten to the point where scientists choose to remain silent, so they don't have to defend the real facts that they have discovered. Isn't this the absurdity of the consumer society in itself? When does the science, which is called to serve the humanity, forget about its main task?
It's not just science that has such problems. Let's take an honest look. Are we really happy with the world which we have built ourselves? When almost all people, with the exception of a very little number, build an alternative reality in their heads. They live in fantasies, and it doesn't depend on a person's social status. Everyone is doing that. Is it good or bad? Thoughts and images do affect our lives. For the most part, all of these images are of a negative nature. It is scientifically proven that thoughts influence us and the world around us. You and I form an information space which affects us, and these are scientifically proven facts. We suggest that we listen to Doctor of Biological Sciences Sergei Nikitich Maslobrod.
Quantum mechanics. Namely, if there are two elementary particles or more, but more importantly, two interconnected particles are called entangled. If you separate one from the other by an enormous distance, the impact on one particle is instantly reflected on the other particle. This phenomenon discouraged the genius Einstein so much that for a long time he did not recognize, he almost completely denied that such an effect exists. How can instantaneous connection suddenly exist, but not slowly spread? He said there is nothing faster than the speed of light. That's what his theory says. I mean the theory of relativity. But in this case, it's instantaneous, so this idea was experimentally confirmed. It can't be denied when there are facts. So I try to transfer this effect to the macro level, namely to plant organisms, the seeds first of all. As everything in the world is interconnected, it's far more interconnected if humans themselves are the source of all kinds of fields. And this has already been proven by official physics. But when they make some kind of mental effort, their field immediately changes, and this thought can influence. I tried it on plants, and it turned out that plants respond very clearly to electrical signals. That was unexpected, because before that, other kinds of devices had been used. Not biotron devices which I used, that are precise, exact and infallible, but in those cases, an electroencephalograph was used, for example. But it was designed for humans, so the resistance of the skin cover is very small. That's why the signal goes from the internal tissues, and the resistance of a plant pill is high, up to mega ohm. Here you need a certain technique. And it turned out that our method works much better. There are such powerful signals, as if we were impacting the plant with an ordinary stimulus, for example, a chemical one. We dropped some potassium chloride, or made a burn or water. A thought changes the plant like that. And how did we tune in on the plant as a whole? I can tune in onto a single organ, and then onto a single cell, and next onto the cell membrane. And the membrane has pores through which ions go up and down. They close the pore closes and opens. And the chromosome. If you imagine these things mentally, put this image in front of you. This is called a mental image, and plants begin to react accordingly. There is also a technique of concentration. When you concentrate your attention and you want to affect plants as a certain strong factor. For example, I am transmitting cold, a beam of cold or a beam of heat. So you can create a mental image. It's like putting an energy inertial copy in front of you. Don't think it's useless, it really works. Thought is able to create formations because thought itself is also material. So it created this phantom, and it turns out that it can be depicted with equipment. This has already been proven. This is the first point. Next, to make it easier, take a photo. In this case, you don't make up this plant. You see it and kind of impact the photo, and the living plant reacts. That's the first part. And the other is that I can just send a kind of spotlight beam to a particular plant with a mental effort with my eyes. I send this signal, I can send it directly, or I can spiral it, meaning a spinning left or right spiral, and send it to the plant. This is another technique which is very effective. In this case, I can see the object, but I may not have the photo.
Grazie, Sergei Nikitic.
Thank you so much, Sergei Nikitic. Before you fantasize, dream, or criticize someone in your head, you should really think about what you're doing at that moment. The image in our heads come to life at the expense of our attention, which could be spent on the realization or implementation of useful things in our material world. But it's worth nothing that our entire material world is just as a hologram, essentially just an illusion that we perceive as reality. Scientists in physics and mathematics are seriously considering the fact that we live in a hologram and are looking for proofs. I would like to give the floor to an honored scientist of the Institute, Enrico Fermi, professor of the Department of Astronomy and Astrophysics at the Kavli Institute of Cosmological Physics, the author of the theory of holographic noise, Dr. Craig Hogan. The floor is yours.
Quantum uncertainty is a very old idea, 100 years old. It's to do with the fact that there's only a certain limited amount of information in the world, and you can never learn everything there is to know about any system. What you learn depends upon what measurement you make, and some measurements just have an inherent uncertainty. They're unknowable quantities. That could be true of space and time itself. It could be that the positions of objects in space and time are inherently uncertain because of quantum uncertainty. So there's a conjecture that actually the world can be encoded on sheets that move at the speed of light, which are like two-dimensional sheets moving at the speed of light. And that would be, in a sense, holographic, because the three-dimensional information is encoded in 2 dimensions. When we come to holographic noise, asking about this fundamental uncertainty, we actually don't understand how it works, because we don't understand how quantum mechanics and space-time actually work together at the foundational level. So when we talk about holographic noise, we're talking about something that's never been directly observed, but we would like to measure it to give us some insight into how that unified system of space and time and quantum mechanics actually functions. We have built experiments to look for this effect. If the universe is a hologram, then you have to the analogy would be that if you were living inside this hologram, if you actually look at a hologram, you notice that it's a little bit blurry. If you lived inside of it and you did measurements from inside, you'd be able to tell you were living in a hologram because it would be a little blurry. So that's what we looked for in our experiment. We built a machine called the Fermilab holometer. And that particular experiment is finished now, but the basic concept is still underway in other places. There's a group at Cardiff, led by a group at Cardiff, Art McGrota and a group at Caltech, and Fermilab leading a successor experiment, and two successors to that experiment, to try to get actual data on this. I'm also interested in looking for the same effect in the cosmic background radiation, the microwave background, this light that's left over from the Big Bang. I think that's an interesting place to look because we see structure in that. We actually see perturbations, which are the sources of cosmic structure. We think they originated because of quantum uncertainty in gravity. So it could be that there were correlations in that radiation that remember symmetries left over. It could be that that is a form of holographic noise that we've already detected, and we can prove that by finding the right signatures in it. So there is data, and maybe if we can understand it, we can make a theory.
Grazie, Dr. Hogan.
Thank you so much, Dr. Craig Hogan. Now we invite you to listen to Professor of Theoretical Physics at the Department of Applied Mathematics and Theoretical Physics at the University of Southampton, Mr. Kostas Gandaris.
I'm a theoretical physicist, so by training I'm a high-energy particle theorist. And the topic of my research comes from what are the frontiers in our knowledge. So we currently understand extremely well the physics from the very small to the very big. And we know that the physics of the very small is controlled by three forces: electromagnetic force, then the weak force, and the strong force, and all of them are quantum mechanical theories. And when we look at the universe as a whole, then this is also described extremely well by the general theory of relativity. But when we try to combine the two together, then we find that it's very difficult to do that. So it's very difficult to have a combination of quantum mechanics and general relativity. So studying the structure of space and time and connection with quantum mechanics is the frontier of modern theoretical physics. And this is the reason why I'm working on this topic. Well, our laws, physics is about how the universe works. It's not why the universe is the way it is. It is what are the laws of physics that can describe observable phenomena, and not about why the laws of physics are the way they are. In holography, the main theme of holography is that the actual fundamental theory that describes the universe has one dimension less than what we perceive. This does not mean that it's somewhere in the universe where you have some surface where all the information resides. It's more a deeper level of understanding. So you have a theory, you formulate it in 2+1 dimensions, 2 spatial, 1 time, and then that theory, then you do your computation, you have the laws of physics based on that theory, and then you make predictions about observations in our own universe, and then you check them against what you observe. How holography works for our own universe, this is one of the frontiers. We do not know for sure. The different proposals, and people are checking it either by doing computations or, as I was saying earlier, by comparing with a very early universe. So one of the things I have done is I worked out the predictions for this cosmic microwave background, this radiation that comes from a very early universe, based on a specific holographic model, and then I compare them with what we see in the sky, and it was an excellent agreement. So moving forward, there could be similar such tests with cosmological data, or with cosmological observations, or with other experiments.
Thank you, Professor Skenderis, for your work and for sharing the results of your scientific work with us. Today, researchers face the fact that the existing tools in science are unable to fully describe the structure of the universe. We live in a system whose boundaries we can try to calculate only theoretically, but it is practically impossible to study the system while being inside it. Let's give the floor to Dr. Craig Hogan.
If you go, talk about the holographic limits of information, it's about, you can do that. I mean, there is actually, some of these ideas are right. There's a limit on the amount of information in any system, in any experiencer can have, and it's given by what I would call the Planck bandwidth, or the Planck information rate, which is 1 bit of information every Planck time. So we're used to talking about very high bandwidths in our computers, a bit every billionth of a second, so gigabit information rate, which sounds like a lot, 1 billion bits per second. It's a lot of information. Probably our brains they experience probably more than that because our brains are multiplexing pretty effectively. But reality has an even higher, much higher information rate than that. Instead of 1 billion, it's about 10 to the 43, 10 with 43 zeros after it, 1 with 43 zeros after it, which is obviously an enormously faster data rate. So I think we're very far from experiencing holographic limits to the total information in reality. Question, what happens if you keep chopping time up into smaller and smaller pieces? You eventually get down to this time that I referred to, the Planck time, 10 to the minus 43 seconds. And below that, the model of time and space that we have breaks down. So it becomes inconsistent with quantum mechanics. So we don't actually have a physical model for matter and time there. So it doesn't even make sense to say that it comes in discrete steps at that level. Although that would be one model of it. You just have a kind of a refreshing rate at about that level. So no, that simple model is not right at some level. It's certainly right in some approximation. Mm-hmm. And as we always do, we try to understand the limits of our approximations. The linearity of time is also strongly disproven in places like black holes. So, we already know that future and past is relative even just for fast-moving objects.
Questo è un punto davvero molto interessante, dottor
Thank
Hogan.
you so much, Doctor. And it was really an interesting point. After all, time like space are inherent characteristics of the matter. It's interesting that science has already discovered these facts of the future and the past that are relative.
Yes, if our whole material world really has a holographic structure, then what is the source of energy for this system? Who created this system? Can science actually provide answers to these questions today? Or how our brain is structured and how is it connected with consciousness? Professor Kostas Skenderis will tell us what he thinks about that.
Our brain is a very complex system, and we still don't understand the mechanics of our brain. We know the chemical interactions that happen in our brain that are associated with thoughts and images, but we do not have, even though the basic physics that underlies these interactions and mechanisms is known at the fundamental level, the system is so complex that we do not have a full theory. So I wouldn't say this is understood. Just to give an example, we know for now over 100 years how to describe single atoms like the hydrogen atom. But then when you move to more complicated atoms, even though we know the basic physics, the basic equations we need to solve, We do not know how to actually solve them. This is, again, another frontier. So in a sense, if you go to computational chemistry departments where they try to understand material, they try to solve the quantum mechanics of complicated systems. And it is active field of research. Now, when you go to one step further to go to biological systems, then the complexity increases even more. And then when we go to humans and the human brain, it's even more. So I think it is really, that's for future scientists to understand. I don't think we're there even at the beginning of understanding it.
Thank you so much, Professor Kostas Skenderis. Today, as we understand it, science has no unanimous answer to the question of what consciousness is and where is it really located. But there are facts that cannot be ignored in the study of this question, and not everything can be proven, measured, and studied with the usual tools that we have in our hands, especially when it comes to consciousness. Let's hear from Dr. Christopher Simmons what he thinks about this issue.
When I say consciousness, like what I'm really talking about is experience, right? The fact that it feels like something to be you or to be me. So conscious experience, and I think that is the part that is really mysterious. That is what David Chalmers, for example, has a famous paper where he talks about the hard problem of consciousness. And the message of the paper in one line is the hard problem is experience. That's the part that we really don't understand. And then experience, has this somehow, that's where this binding problem comes in, right? So then where is it? I mean, there's a lot of evidence, clearly if our brains are significantly destroyed, then this experience disappears, right? So it seems that the brain is really important, but then it's quite tricky to I think understand exactly where in the brain it is localized, or exactly what what parts of this complicated system that is our brain is generating it. So there's a lot of debate on that still, I think, and not a lot of consensus, in fact.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. Perhaps our consciousness does have a holographic nature, and if we look at studying...
Participate in our project for sharing with us the results of your research and helping us to understand the topics that are relevant to society. It is very important to consider the problem from different angles in order to solve it. Only when we can find this right solution, or at least is this. Thank you for your help in the international research project Kaleidoscope of Facts.
Why do we sense various objects? Why do we see them? How does matter work? To answer these questions and to understand whether the universe is a holographic image, we have also turned to primordial alatra physics, according to which the material universe is based on a peculiar spatial framework and non-material structure, which is called the isosmic grid. It consists of a certain number of identical isosmic cells. Let us watch a video.
Isosmic grid is an energy structure which, in the view of an inhabitant of the third dimension, resembles a highly flattened object, roughly similar to a flat brick. There are 72 dimensions within the isosmic grid. Everything that modern science calls the material universe exists only within the 6 dimensions, which consists of the visible and invisible world of matter. We are inhabitants of the third dimension. The first dimension is essentially the primary inner energy impulse that influences all matter, including time and space. The second dimension is nothing more than a type of information storage and transmission. If we draw an analogy, the second dimension is like an interference holographic image which also stores information. And in the third dimension, information from the second dimension is activated. If a laser beam is an activator in a hologram, then in three-dimensionality it is human attention. In the previous episodes we said that human attention is also a source of energy.
Possiamo notare che il principio del
We can see that the principle of a hologram and the universe structure are identical. This confirms the illusory nature of our world. It's interesting that this was already known in ancient times. The material world consists of visible and invisible worlds. This is explained in great detail in the report Primordial Alatra Physics.
The visible world is formed by phantom pore particles. The phantom pore particle, Greek phantasma, ghost, or illusory pore particle, makes up all visible matter. These particles are carriers of inner potential, that is, energy and information. Phantom pore particles make up all elementary particles. This is the primary manifestation of matter in this world. As for the invisible world, its basis is the septon formed by real pore particles. These are the only fundamental particles of the material world, which permanently stay in a stationary, relatively motionless state in the center of each isosmic cell. The real pore particle within its isosmic cell receives all information about the elementary particle and its movement, reading it from the first head phantom pore particle, which is the part of that elementary particle. This information is distributed throughout the septon field, where an instantaneous information exchange between all particles occurs, regardless of the distance between them.
In questo modo è possibile trovare informazioni su tutti gli
So,
oggetti.
information about all objects exists in every point of space. This is the holographic effect, because the properties of a hologram are not only information storage, but also the ability of each particle to contain all information about the whole object. This is the principle that everything is in every particle. And it can explain us a lot about the structure of a human being and material world in general.
Yes, it's very important information. After all, it is unified information field which scientists actually are talking about. The unified information field, the field of consciousness, the vibrational field, the noosphere, the system, or the septon field. What is its structure and what is the structure all about? Alexander, I give the floor to you.
Thank you. According to the Primordial Alatra Physics report, the septon field is a common universal field, thanks to which all the fundamental interactions in the material world take place. It is at the core of any phenomena, process, object, and their components. Both the object of macrocosm and the object of microcosm have their own septon field. This is a common field, which unites them in their essence, as the real pore particle and the phantom pore particle consist of the elements of this field, septons. This universal field determines the behavior of complex systems. The knowledge of the septon field are the key one for the understanding of this material world at all levels of its existence. It can give answers to such questions as: what is time, space, gravity, electromagnetism, the nature of the electric current, what makes the particles and objects move and strive for survive, interact with each other. If you know how the septon field functions, you can understand how the process of information transmission, its encoding and decoding by different systems and so on, takes place. Moreover, knowing how the septon field of various objects, including human beings, functions, one can understand how the process of thoughts formation takes place. Let's watch a video fragment about it.
Life cannot be temporary. Only existence can be temporary. Rigdan Japo. All of this temporary world is just an illusion of mirror intersections, which captures human attention by false realism of shadows, their play of mutual contemplations. These are multiple mirror reflections of the One, which make up the essence of the illusory world, the world of numerous pseudocopies. While turning, these mirrors only distort the reflected light and are not light in their essence. The illusion arises from a person's temptation by desires of this world, his unwillingness to penetrate into true reality. Reflections are more numerous, and they attract a person's eye, focusing his attention on the dead. The true nature, the inclusion of the power of Allah, was compared to a burning candle. It was mentioned that once the burning candle disappears, everything visible will disappear and turn into nothing. The candle is constant burning. The mirrors are a constant reflection. Everything is a reflection of something, a consequence and a cause. What draws a person's attention more in his life, the mirror play of multiple reflections of the material world or the true spiritual source. That is what he becomes a part of in the end. Only the one who is not bound to the visible takes care of the soul.
The septon field is also called the animal mind, and in religion, this field is known as a devil or Satan. All this material world is created due to the reflection from the divine energy, which has been called the forces of Allah since ancient times. Each person has the source of the powers of Allah in her or him, and what we direct these powers to, that is what we get. But in the same way, each person has an individual consciousness, which is connected and is part of a common septon field, the system. And if the system is the devil, then our consciousness is the demon, religiously speaking.
Quindi viene fuori che la nostra attenzione dà forma alla nostra
Yes,
realtà.
our attention shapes our reality, the illusion in which we live. The thoughts that the system throws at us, we animate into images, and these are the flat pictures we realize. But whatever we do in matter, we simply bring these empty reflections to life within the framework of the illusion. In essence, we are creating illusion within illusion, wasting the most precious thing we have, the divine power. What is the power given to human for? What is real in human? Who is human really? And what is the meaning of his existence? To get to the bottom of these questions, we offer to watch a fragment of the video Life and Death with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
How does this mechanism work?
Let's take an image again as an example. Imagine a flashlight. The flashlight is the soul. A mirror. The flashlight is shining into the mirror. The mirror is, that which appears in the mirror is personality. Some people will come up with a question, what kind of a mirror, what does a mirror mean, and so on. Well, as soon as a soul appears, my friends, an energy structure appears according, well, to the entry of the high energy structure. Well, to make it clear, again, there is interaction with the surrounding field structures and the body. A certain energy structure is formed, which has outer and inner sides. So these reflections, what does it actually give rise to? It is almost like a mirror in the subtle material world, let's say. A reflection emerges. This reflection is nothing else but our personality. Yet there is a reflection from the mirror, for example, on a wall, and we see such a sunlight spot. What is it? It's a reflection that already comes from our personality.
Secondary.
This energy comes from personality already there, and our secondary consciousness is born, which is directly connected with the system itself, meaning it's already something different. While the wall in this case is like the system itself, like the world, dark energy, ether, or whatever you want to call it, the absolute, let's say like a part of the absolute. That's how it is formed. But there is another little point here. The clearer the flashlight is, the brighter the personality is, and the more developed secondary consciousness can be. Biological life comes thanks to the sun, because the energy of the sun supports plants, plants support life. The biological life of animals that we eat, and our bodies are biological, they live thanks to that, right? Everything is correct, neurons of our brain and everything else are formed thanks to that. But here's the riddle. Neurons are a conductor. Yes, they are connected with three-dimensionality, yes, they form images, but they do not think. Primary consciousness is connected with neurons, and partially it's a field structure. Partially, owing to this function, it's an intermediate link between secondary consciousness and personality, which are actually in a much higher dimension, and they are already definitely field structures, as subtle material structures.
Human, besides the body, consists of the soul, the personality, and the consciousness. The soul in a person is the source of divine energy, the powers of Allah. The soul is connected to the personality. The personality is the real you, and only you decide how to dispose of this power, which comes from the soul. But between personality and soul, there is consciousness. As a rule, the personality is in slavery to consciousness. As we have already discerned, consciousness is the animal mind, the demon, the field structure. It is the one who is interested in the powers of the Allah, going from the soul to the personality, because at the expense of these powers, it lives. The function of our consciousness is to create an illusion and involve personality therein. In turn, there is primary and secondary consciousness. Primary consciousness is connected with personality and is responsible for the functioning of our material body. But secondary consciousness is essentially our intellect. It is cunning, evolved, and has an influence to primary consciousness. And it is not directly connected with personality, but is connected with the system, with the general septon field. Pictures and images are planted on personality by secondary consciousness, through the primary consciousness, deceiving the primary consciousness in every possible way, and the personality finances this whole process.
The most valuable thing you have as a personality is the power of attention. What do you spend your attention on? Have you observed yourself? The program Don't Be Afraid with Igor Mikhailovich Danilo explains well how the person perceives images from the consciousness and what the mechanism of action is. I suggest that you watch a short excerpt from it.
Images are what attracts us the most. Why? Personality doesn't perceive words. This is true. Consciousness communicates with personality, let's say, in such an individual language of its own. As a rule, there arise images, emotions, colors, and tints. Well, I'm speaking figuratively, but words are actually converted in our head. The function of our brain is to convert words into pictures. Then our consciousness manipulates pictures and transmits those pictures to us as personality. And personality perceives the streaming information at a much slower speed than we observe it. Why does our brain miss enormous, let's say, an enormous flow of information comes with big gaps? I mean, if information comes in very quickly and in very big amounts, a whole lot is missed. In other words, we as personality do not perceive it if a huge flow of information comes to us.
Every day we are confronted with the enormous amount of information. If we write down all our thoughts and ideas, everything we pay our attention during the day, we'll see that the most of the flow of information is just idle chatter, an illusion. We reflect on things that are not there. Our thoughts are either the past or the future. Only a small part of all these images are real ideas and solutions for the realization of some things in our life. And the rest is just garbage in our head, which takes a lot of strength and energy.
Nell'odierna società dei consumi, le persone sono sottoposte a un pesante attacco informativo.
In today's consumer society, we are under a huge information attack. All technology is used to create the right image, and all efforts are made to manipulate attention. It seems as if the images that our own consciousness throws at us are not enough. But we don't notice this manipulation, and we don't see the main thing. Who and for what purpose does it? We suggest you watch the video.
People have not changed since the beginning of our civilization. Does it seem offensive to you? Then you confirm that it is so. Do you know why? Because each of us is controlled and manipulated by consciousness, which principles do not change over the centuries. People still do not understand that they are not consciousness. Considering themselves as consciousness, they are guided by its reactions as their own. Consequently, those who will learn to manipulate people's consciousness will control them, but at the same time, they themselves will be in bondage of their consciousness, controlling a human being with capturing attention, and his attention is attracted by a picture through an emotional reaction. This very technology was used by the Sumerians as far as back as 6,000 years ago. Special pieces of work were created, imposing a consumerist worldview on people's minds. The texts were designed to be easily memorized and perceived by primary consciousness, meaning for the level of perception of a 6-year-old child. These texts were addressed precisely to the listeners, not to the reflective readers, in order to arouse collective emotions. In Sumerians, it was the Enuma Elish, and 4,000 years later in ancient Greece, they were the Iliad and the Odyssey. The listener was assumed to know the backstory, so the emphasis was made precisely on evoking an emotional state in people. Homeric hymns containing appeals to various gods were used as an introduction to such recitations. The poems were created with the same technique as the Sumerians did. It means that having a quick emotional recitation, just as the perception of music, all the attention of audience is fixed on the plot and its development, a kind of ancient rap rock concert. The result is a state of collective excitement of the animal nature of the audience. To put it simply, a collective egregore was generated, meaning people were emotionally infected with thoughts about the story and became active carriers and disseminators themselves. In ancient Greece, just like the Sumerians did, special people, ancient journalists, were trained for the PR of the Iliad and the Odyssey, and they were legally authorized to recite Homer's poems in public. These were so-called Sons of Homer, rhapsodes. At the end of the 19th, the beginning of the 20th century, radio, telegraph, cinema, television rushed into people's lives. New tools of manipulation of human consciousness appeared. Most successful at the time were the representatives of the Third Reich. The top Nazis learned about this method of influencing the masses of people from the Tibetan monks from the city of Lhasa, where the Nazis had made more than one expedition. The portable video cameras which the Tibetans presented to the children of the top Nazis to film what was going on around them were a miracle at that time. After all, video cameras of such a small size appeared relatively recently. Where did the representatives of Lhasa get such high-tech toys? And why were they interested in the fact that the occult top of the Third Reich had such influence on the masses using modern technologies? The Nazis did everything they could to ensure that television, just like radio, would enter every home like the internet in today's world. After all, the information that comes through the visual channel in the form of images is perceived by humans almost without analysis and goes straight to the subconsciousness. Discussing television as a new instrument of propaganda, Goebbels said, "The superiority of the visual picture over the auditory one is that the auditory picture is transformed into the visual one by means of the individual imagination, which cannot be kept under control. Everyone will see their own thing anyway. Therefore, it is necessary to show from the very beginning how it is supposed to be so that everyone sees the same thing." For example, in order to capture as large an audience as possible, TV clubs were created at post offices, laundromats, in the restrooms of businesses, so that every worker would emotionally sing along with the SS choir while looking at the TV screen. And in the 1935, the first widescreen television theater for 300 spectators was opened. And in the same year, regular television broadcasting was launched. In Berlin, on-air television broadcasts began to take place 3 days a week from 8 to 10 in the evening. With television, the living Führer will enter every home, Goebbels wrote. Let's look at the television program for October 26, 1940. 1400 news reports, 1500 newsreels of military victories, 1600 the SS choir of Cologne sings an old song against a background of banners with runic symbols, 1615 news reports, 1700 they are wanted by people's police, 1800 news reports, 1830 to 1930, just the time when everyone used to return from factories, the word of the Führer. 1930, the SS choir of Cologne sings the same song, repetition. 1945, news reports, newsreels of military victories. 2000, the word of the Führer, repetition. 2100, news reports, newsreel of labor victories. Poems and songs on the words of members of the German Youth Union. 2200, prayer of the members of the German Youth Union. Führer, my Führer, given to me by God. Soap operas like Behind the Glass shows appeared on the German blue screens. Goebbels was well aware of the value of the light genre, which deftly led viewers away from real life into an illusory reality, and put them in an intellectual stupor, as well as removing critical thinking. "Give me mass media and I will make a herd of pigs out of any people," said Goebbels, Reich Minister of Public Education and Propaganda of the Third Reich. Special attention was paid to women's programs. The image of a housewife whose main priorities were cooking, fashion, entertainment, sex, building relationships, and raising children was popularized. The guidelines of the operation of the Propaganda Ministry's television department of Germany stated, For housewives, we need the television programs that would make women have the right influence on their husbands in the evening when they come home from work. Let's take a look at the programming schedule in Nazi Germany. And nothing has changed today, not even the timing of the programming schedule. In today's world, with the development of computer technology, the internet has come into our lives. Social networks and computer games have already captured attention of billions of people. The usage of vivid images through these modern technologies allows us to expand the possibilities of manipulating the human consciousness. People get a habit and do not notice that life takes place in a virtual reality and directly affects their worldview and three-dimensional reality itself. But the existing methods of manipulation are not the limit, as a person is still limited by the prescribed programs. Today, a meta-universe project is already being implemented. In the meta-universe, a human avatar can create anything, be anything, and own anything. And death there does not mean death in the real world. An illusion of omnipotence is created, in which a human becomes a god. What is the danger of the meta-universe to a person? A person begins to lose touch with the three-dimensional world, because in the real world, in order to achieve something, a person has to make efforts. For example, to study, work, eradicate bad habits. In other words, one has to exert effort, while in the virtual reality all desires are embodied at once, without labor and work on oneself. We see how intensively all tools are used to manipulate and control human attention, driving people into slavery to illusions of consciousness with the help of false images. The consumerist format of thinking is being imposed, and there is a clear bias of our civilization towards matter. So we, people, should think well. What a verge the world community is standing on now, whose will humanity thoughtlessly implements in life, and what consequences await individually each personality as well as human civilization as a whole. It is very important that all tools and technologies are used only for the benefit of people, to denounce lies and get rid of illusions, to form a beautiful future, popularize the creative ideology, and develop the best human qualities. And this is only possible in the creative society.
Grazie per questo video così interessante.
Thank you for such an interesting video. The information is shocking and thought-provoking. I was surprised to learn that the technology of influencing the consciousness of people began to be used 6,000 years ago, since the times of Sumerians. And you can see what the kind of manipulation has led to by the results that humanity has come to.
Yes, Luca. The results are very sad. And it became news for me that modern humanity inherited television, if I may say so, from Nazi Germany, and that the Nazis had a clear understanding of what they were doing and for what purpose. Just Goebbels' statement about television, which can turn any nation into a herd of pigs, is worth mentioning. Here it is, in action, the technology of standardization and massization of consciousness of a huge number of people. When, with the help of TV, they show everybody one picture. They actually impose a certain image.
È cambiato molto ai nostri tempi.
And has it changed these days? The situation has only gotten worse. Apart from television, there's the internet, video games, the movie industry is so developed that you can watch movies 24 hours a day. But where does it all lead to? Pedro, will you tell us about that? Pedro, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Luca. Hola a todos.
Thank you, Luca. Hello everyone. Let's look at another point where images have a very strong influence on people and their perception, the movie industry. A huge number of behavioral habits that we notice in people around us are taken from movies. And it is not always a conscious choice, but a product of subconscious influence. Television carries a strong suggestion. While watching a program on TV, the right hemisphere works mainly. As you know, the left hemisphere is responsible for logic and the right one for images. When the left part of the brain is switched off, a person stops thinking analytically and freely believes whatever he is persuaded to believe. Krugman, an American physiologist, argues that when a person's right part of the brain works more intensively, this mixing contributes to the production of endorphin hormones in the brain, which are structurally identical to opium. And this forms a physical addiction. Experiments show that the cortex and subcortex of the brain of a person hooked into a screen are practically shut down and sleep, and the peripheral nervous system, on the contrary, is active. This distribution of brain activity is present in the lower animals that are unable to separate reality from images. As a result, a person reacts to everything happening to the characters of soap operas and reality shows as acutely as if it were happening to him. Do you understand now? What kind of critical thinking can we talk about? It has been reduced to a bare minimum. Rapidly changing images while watching TV and the inability to revisit insufficiently understood footage makes it difficult to make sense of it. In addition, after a while, after watching any program, a person plunges to a hypnotic state, and the information from the watched program penetrates into the subconscious, where it forms the psychological attitudes and patterns of behavior. As a result, viewers are programmed to perform the actions implanted in the subconscious from the television screens. According to the study conducted by one poll, the average person spends more than 3 hours a day in front of TV screens. If you translate it into years, you get about 15 years. Imagine a person spends 15 years of their life wasted, and that is all the time he spends in front of television. You can see the statistics on screens right now, which shows how many hours we spend on average on different gadgets. Surely, many have observed a certain special euphoric state after watching a movie, cartoon, series, drama, anime or TV show. On the one hand, it is voluptuous and pleasant, but on the other hand, one loses freedom. Thoughts, images of characters, events are constantly scrolling in one's head. And what is suggested? To live in illusion. We think, nothing wrong with a little fantasy. In fantasy, I can do anything I want. What are the dangers of this state? A person becomes addicted. He no longer lives in reality. He lives in the illusions created by the mind. We don't even produce them. Sentences and events add up by themselves, and we are like in a movie theater, sitting and watching, thinking it is us. Have you ever noticed that the main characters in movies are bound to be the perfect picture, perfect image? And in doing so, it doesn't matter what qualities a given character exhibits. It is paradoxical that when we like an actor, we take all the immoral qualities calmly and try them on ourselves. Isn't that a curious coincidence? Let's consider horror movies, action movies, thrillers, etc. As the authors of the basics media of influence, Bryant and Thompson note, the criminal represents an attractive role model. Violence seems justified. Violence is not followed by retaliation. Criminal actions are not repented, not condemned, not punished. The victim of violence suffers minimal damage. The scene of violence is perceived by the viewer as realistic. Out of all of this, we get a generation of rapists and tyrants, and a sick society as a result. With the help of movies, we are imposed various desires and norms of behavior. For example, many movies contain alcohol, drugs, violence, aggression, love triangle, manipulation, power, sex, obscenity, immorality, etc. Thus, we have perverted cultural and moral values. A destructive ideology is being formed, both for the individual and for the society as a whole. Through the media, people are managed like a herd. This is the manifestation of the stereotype and massification of our consciousness. After all, we have read the book on the article, we also have certain images in our hands. Certain pictures, associations are pulled up, but they are individual based on our life experience. And when we watch an advertisement, a movie or a video clip, there are ready-made pictures, images there. In other words, the desired image is laid down one for all, which is seen by thousands or even millions of people around the world. This is an attachment of attention to one information field, and an egregor is formed. And it doesn't matter at all that individually everyone will be in his or her home. As a mass, these people are united through the so-called collective mind. This means that the laws of the crowd, suggestibility, contagion, imitation, irresponsibility, apply to such people, which means that it becomes possible to control them from a single command center. By imitating what they see on the screen, violence and indifference becomes the norm of behavior. And when a person sees injustice in life, instead of stopping the evil, he pretends that it doesn't concern him. After all, for him, it already is the norm. Let's look at what is happening in our world right now. Wars, conflicts, slavery, hunger, poverty, violence. Is this normal? Do we really want to live like this? Isn't it the time to change that? Thank you very much.
Grazie Pedro. Potete immaginare?
Thank you, Pedro. Can you imagine spending 15 years of our lives doing something that brings us down to the level of inferior animals, when our critical thinking is turned off and we take everything shown to us as reality? But this is also time we could have spent making real changes in our lives. Imagine how much you can do in 15 years.
Yes, that's right. The question Pedro asked, do we really want to live like this? It is a very important question. After all, in order to change something, you have to realize that you need it first. Observe, what do you fill your life with? What do you think about and what information do you share with others? We all work together to form the information field in which we live, information space, and the quality of life on the whole society depends on everyone's choice. Let's see how this mechanism works in the video.
Isn't it interesting, not even from a scientific standpoint, but from the perspective of self-development, to observe yourself and how your consciousness works? My friend, this is really simple. You sit down, relax, and observe. Thoughts come to you, and for example, you try not to think of a white bear, not to imagine its black nose, its paws, and how it is running somewhere in the snow. What do you need a bear for? You're not a seal, aren't you? Just a few minutes ago, you didn't have a white bear in your head. Now, Tatiana and I have settled it in your mind. Now, don't think about it. And most importantly, don't think about the lame jolly monkey that is eating bananas and playing around. Don't even dare think about this couple. This contagion is so easily conveyed.
For sure.
You see, worse than any virus. As for an image is a finished object. What does an object have? A volume and a shape. And in order for an object to live in your head, you have to spend the power of your attention on it. Do you understand? That's how we infect each other with all sorts of stupidity and nastiness, instead of sharing love, joy, and happiness. No, we share various white bears, lame jolly monkeys, and whatnot. And the most terrible thing is when we share rumors, scary rumors.
Gossip.
Right. And we convey it all with emotion. In this case already, you know, when it is conveyed with emotion, when it hooks a person, here the system feeds not just on our attention, a lot, but on prana as well. Thus, we as if give away both gold and silver, you see? And how often do we do that? Well, it is incessant communication. Some people will say, so, how should we communicate? Communicate normally, as humans should communicate. Share what is good, and do not pass on what is bad, unless it concerns a specific person and affects his security or income. Why convey bad thoughts? Why convey bad images? Why fill this world with stupidity, so to say? Why encourage a person to waste his own life on empty images in his head? Isn't that a sin? Don't we kill each other this way?
Images affect not only people, but society as a whole. People are imposed certain roles in society, and they tend to conform to these images, losing their individual qualities. Psychologist Philip Zimbardo conducted a visual social experiment with his students.
What I've been doing all of my professional life, focusing on how social environments influence people, how a bad environment can corrupt good people, even a whole good society. So, in fact, the Stanford Prison Experiment is a model of how social situations which encourage people to play roles can totally distort their behavior and personality. So essentially in that experiment, I put good people, college students, intelligent college students. I gave half the role to be a guard, half the role to be a prisoner. Neither of those roles they ever even thought about. And then I put them in a social situation, a mock prison, to live for, day and night for a week. And what we saw was a very quick, almost instantaneously corruption. The young men who were playing a role of to be a guard soon became hostile, abusive, even what I would call creatively evil. They would think of new things to do to humiliate, degrade the prisoners. And the prisoners who were physically, psychologically strong, because we interviewed them before, began to have emotional breakdowns in their role as prisoner. So here are these two opposite effects, dominance and submission, produced in a basement at Stanford University. And so I extend this in the Lucifer effect to say, good apples can be put in a bad barrel. That's the situation. But we always have to understand who are the bad barrel makers. So this is where we have to focus on systemic evil, not just situational evil. And very often the people who make those barrels are hidden. they are the power brokers in every society. And sometimes it's legal, sometimes it's corporation. So all of our criminal justice systems focus only on individuals who break the law, and then you put them in prison or whatever. But we never say, how can we change the situation that is making many people do those bad things? So in America right now, there are more than 2 million citizens in jails and in prisons. 2 million. And it's rotating. I've been talking about this for dozens of years, and it doesn't ever get better in my country. Power has the opportunity to corrupt, but it also is, if you have power, then you have an opportunity to make change. That's the most important thing. So you have the opportunity to change what's bad into something good. So for example, within a family, usually the oldest child has power over the younger ones because, you know, they're smaller, they're weaker. And I can remember my mother saying, your job is to take care of your younger brothers and sister. You know, your job is to see that they are taken care of, that nobody abuses them. So it's like every day in every way, what can you do to make someone else's life better? You know, just thinking about how do you change anybody who is egocentric? So to survive, I have to think about me. What do I need? I need food. I need education. I need some power. How do you change egocentrism into what I call sociocentrism? And that should be a goal of a greater society, is that make everyone sociocentric. So my first thing in my mind is, what can I do for you? Rather than what can you do for me? And so when everybody is thinking that way, it's not easy to do. It's like, it's a mental revolution. Then we create a greater society, a better, not greater, I don't want to impose on your plan, but you create a better society. So egocentrism combined with power leads to dictators, political dictators, but also bullies. You know, sociocentrism combined with appreciation and loving of other people leads to a caring, a gentle, caring society.
Abbiamo avuto un'altra conferma di come le immagini.
This is yet another confirmation of how imposed images and roles can turn off critical thinking in a person and people become just control machines. It leads to division in society. The saddest part is that this happens not only in controlled social experiments, but also in our daily lives. But do we see this? Let us watch a fragment of the video, Shaitan's Soccer, with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Let me give you a simple example of how the system has added it all to its armory. It forces us to be divided, because the main point in the system is to divide, to rule and to control. These are actually the patterns which exist and which we apply in our everyday life and extensively use for manipulating each other. Again, let's take, I don't know, some sports competitions. The system simply forces us to support one or another team and divides us already, doesn't it? It brings it down to fanaticism. Somewhere, God knows where, in another country, some competition takes place. A group of people have gathered who run after one ball. Well, let's look at it in a sensible, sort of optimistic way. Let's just look at it reasonably. How does it affect you, my friend? In no way. How is it supposed to bother you? In no way. People do sports. That's clear. It's good for one's body, right? However, this has been elevated to a cult. A huge number of people have been drawn into that cult, including many of us, friends, and we already understand. Here's our team. We should support it. We should worry about it. We spend our time, our energy, and many people spend their money to go somewhere, buy tickets, and buy memorabilia. Moreover, many people are dragged into arguments, scandals, worries, and emotions in support of their team. I have a question for you. What kind of your team is it? Are you the owner of this club? Is it your personal team that brings you profit? Or what? Why is it your team? Or do you participate in it? I mean, no. But a thought is imposed on everyone that you are involved.
Yes.
That you are a participant. Some people are even driven to the point of bloodshed. They defend their teams in arguments and fights, especially fan groups and the like. Thus, they defend the superiority of their own team over others. Guys, as a matter of fact, one team should prove superiority in its skills. For example, on that very field, when they play a ball, right? Right. Also, no one should really care in any way whether they win or lose, except those who play. It's like a little competitive process, but it has been elevated to a cult. Leaf through history and look at when and how it all came into our lives, so to say, and how manipulatively it was all imposed on us. We were forced to believe in it. In the past, it used to be more brutal. Well, everyone remembers history, how people were killed. There were gladiatorial fights, and many other things. What for? In order to provoke a very intense emotion in us, so that we invest our attention, right? I mean, to excite us. But what for? Why? What's the point? If we look at it, nowadays it's understandable. They make money. In the past as well, a very small group of people made money on that. Yet, why were everyone else drawn there? A spectacle, bred in circuses. And who invented that? Who imposed it all on our heads? You see? I mean, who imposed all this on us? Who put it into our heads and forced us, let's say,
to accept and to believe?
Not just to accept and to believe, but also to live by it, you know? This is true. Nowadays, don't we have gladiatorial fights? Pardon me, there's boxing, ultimate fighting, and everything else. I'm not judging anyone, friends. That's not the point. The point is how our consciousness works, how we, observing ourselves, devise various schemes of how to manipulate the crowd. After all, there is nothing new. We take everything from our consciousness. What is the art of marketing? It is actually an observation of our consciousness, how it works, what we pay attention to, how to manipulate other people. Why? Because it is stereotypical. Just look, the same techniques are all over the world, and they work. All over the world, we are divided into religions, into, let's say, fans of one or another team. We are divided into fashion. We are divided into everything and forced to compete by proving to someone that ours is better. You see, even if our athletes lose, we are better. We are stronger anyway because it is our team. Well, that's nonsense. Is it really ours? If we look at it sensibly, like adults, without any foolishness, we shouldn't care about it in any way, you see? But we care, don't we? That's the entire phenomenon.
It turns out there is so much manipulation and division exists in our lives. It's shocking, because it doesn't make our lives better or more comfortable in any way. Who then benefits from it? Who starts this program to divide humanity?
Another large problem in our society is gaming addiction. As of today, billions of people are attracted into virtual life. Let us listen to the president of the International Association for the Study of Game Addiction from Switzerland. Tatiana, the floor is yours.
Hello, greetings to all the participants of today's conference on the topic The Power of Images. The inclination of people's consciousness to create a virtual reality in fantasy and imagination is mercilessly exploited by the video game and movie industries, social media, marketing specialists in advertising, and by all kinds of mass media. Companies develop information products that not only bring them enormous profits of hundreds of billions of dollars a year, but also serve as a means of manipulating people's opinion, their attention and behavior. This is a business that is interested in expanding its market and increasing profit, and therefore in increasing the number of constant consumers of their products. The most loyal customers are addicted users. Thus, in the consumer society, unfortunately, digital technology is often used with a manipulative purpose as habit and addiction-forming tools. As a result, a new category of mental disorders has appeared over the past 2 decades: virtual or information behavioral addictions. They include addiction to internet video games and gambling, social media, soap operas, porn content, impulse purchases on the internet, under the influence of advertising images, etc. To put it simply, we can group them under the term game addiction. The main peculiarity of information addiction is that, as a result of exposure to information, images without a drop of toxic substance, the heaviest psychological addiction is formed, which can destroy spiritual and intellectual potential of a person, destroy all his relationships and lead to personal degradation. And this addiction is not inferior in its malignancy, neither in its speed of development nor in its consequences, to alcohol and drug addictions, and in many aspects even surpasses them. There appears a pathological craving, thirst for the game, socializing in the social media, watching soap operas based on obsessive thoughts about the game in the form of bright three-dimensional pictures, images. For example, as for a game, a person imagines that he or she is playing or recalls it, or fantasizes about how he or she is continuing to play. At first, these thoughts are single and appear in the form of proposals, but if they are not traced and a person starts thinking in the proposed direction, then the player may surprisingly find himself already playing or hanging in the social media for more than the first hour of watching the nth episode of the series. Actually, people certainly have no need for games or any other form of virtual activity. The game, like everything else, is offered as a way of fulfilling other selfish desires, mainly in confirmation of one's own significance, alpha significance, to be the dominant among one's own kind. A person gets involved in the virtual world for a short-term illusion of freedom from problems, competence, omnipotence, superiority, recognition, receiving attention and respect, the opportunity of quick and easy achievements, rewards, victories with minimum effort and responsibility. An unconscious imitation mechanism is involved for this. The player puts himself in the place of a movie character, a commercial, a game character, or a fictitious image on the web, up to the complete fusion with it. In the game, I'm cool, even very cool. I'm good at everything. I'm not afraid of anything, because everything can be replayed. I'm praised and respected. But in life, I have only problems, and all the time I'm wrong, all the time I'm scolded and taught. Everything is forbidden all the time. I'm really good at anything. This is how a 9-year-old gamer answered the question about what attracts him in games. The next series of experiments shows that what we put our attention into is what we indeed become, in the literal physical meaning of this word. The state of consciousness of a player changes while playing the game. First, he gets lost in time, then he moves into the space of the game, and eventually he loses himself in an esoteric self-identity. In the scientific literature, this is called game trance, dark flow, hypnosis, intoxication. This can be accompanied by the phenomenon of being out of body. At this moment, a person becomes fully suggestible and open to influence from the outside. His perception and self-perception can be completely substituted. Numerous studies on neuroimaging of the brain with MRI confirm the fact that the player perceives the virtual world as reality and himself, to a great extent, as a game character, an avatar, even when he's only thinking about the game. In examinations, we see this as a change in patterns of activity and morphology in the sensory cortex. These are the parts of the cerebral cortex connected with perception of the world around us, and an increased activity in the brain areas related to self-identification, when a person is playing or only imagining playing or recalling playing in comparison with activity in the same areas when a person was talking about himself and his life out of play. During functional MRI, addicted social media users showed a greater surge in activity in the emotional areas of the brain, when they were talking about or acting on behalf of their online self, than when they were talking about themselves in normal life. This suggests that they are more attached to their virtual self and social reactions to it, likes, dislikes, and comments. The results of neurobiological studies are striking. They indicate the involvement of some outside force or entity in the maintenance of addiction. Let's call it game dominant, as its only intention is to draw a person into a game or other form of virtual activity and keep their attention there as long as possible. This entity or force is aimed at the maintaining and reinforcing addiction at all costs. It manifests itself through mental images provoking playing and emotions that can be positive or negative, depending on whether the person obeys its orders or not. Manifestations of game dominance are comparable to the manifestation of an alien parasitic program. It is not without reason that players say they become obsessed when they get involved in the game again. Game dominant, like an octopus or a fungus, subjugates human consciousness and reorganizes the work of all the structures of the brain. It is like the penetration of a virus into a computer. It literally hacks the instinct of human self-preservation and imposes self-destructive behavior. Numerous studies of the so-called reward system show it very well. This mechanism of primary consciousness is related to the instinct of self-preservation. It is designed to reinforce useful behavior and inhibit dangerous, useless, and destructive one. The parts of the brain that are involved in the processes of motivation, emotional response, reward and punishment processing, as well as reinforcement learning, are grouped under the term mesocortical limbic reward system. By the activity of these areas, we can objectively judge how the reward system works. So, in addicted players, the work of the reward system is completely distorted. There is the so-called pursuit of losses, which is an increase in playing behavior in spite of losses and negative consequences, a kind of self-sabotage. In the brain, we do not observe activation of the punishment system if they lose or have negative consequences. In other words, there is no inhibition of dangerous behavior. And when they win, we sometimes observe a surge, and sometimes we do not observe it in the reward system, but we always observe a surge in the reward system with game incentives. For example, when a person is shown pictures or videos of a game, or he can play it himself, or he only imagines playing it, the only meaningful reward becomes the very opportunity of participation and continuing the game, and the only condition for a temporary, but at least some relief from an internal emotional negative state. In the slides, you can see how the reward system of the brain is changing. This phenomenon cannot be explained by modern science. It can only be understood if one accepts the fact that consciousness is not only an information-filled phenomenon, but it is also aggressive towards humans as well as what can be manifested through it. In this case, from independence, it completely subjugates human personality and exploits it, meaning it fulfills its interests. It gets access to energy by drawing attention to the game or to the desire to play and fantasize about the game. It also prolongs its existence by forming a subpersonality out of the player in his lifetime. After all, while his attention is in the game, he does not live here, does not develop, does not reveal his inner potential, and invests his attention in reinforcing the selfish programs of consciousness. Agents of the illusion industry claim that it is a recreational activity, that a person relaxes during a game or other virtual activity. But it is not so. By going to the dark stream of the game, subjectively the player does disconnect himself from problems by moving into the virtual world. But objective studies show that a person is in a state of strong emotional excitement, like under the influence of stimulants or stress, and a constantly playing player is in a state of chronic distress. He has increased levels of dopamine and stress hormones, cortisol, noradrenaline, adrenaline, vegetative indicators change. The brain of the addicted player changes, as in people with severe clinical depression or as a result of post-traumatic stress disorder. We also observe signs of exhaustion of the nervous system and decreased productivity of the intellect. The person feels like a squeezed lemon, completely devastated and exhausted with a loss of interest and desire to do anything. Investing attention in images of the virtual world leads to a huge loss of energy. Game addiction is an addiction to images. Images have no power. They can only entice, distract, persuade, but if we believe them, this way we give them power over us. We mustn't be callous with images. They can be dangerous and insidious, but a human is not an image or a thought. He is able to observe and ignore any thought and the brightest image. A human is able to shift his attention from virtual reality to developing real skills and qualities to become a hero of his life. The example of game addiction shows very well how attention to this or that information changes us. After all, game images and images of our mind, thoughts have the same physical nature. Yes, and objective studies show that MRI readings did not differ when a person was playing, imagining playing, or remembered playing. But when players get rid of game addiction, their healthy life activity, interest, relations returned. Brain work changed and the ability for kindness, compassion, and joy of life returned. In the creative society, information technology must and can be used for the development and learning, only for the benefit of people. Imagine how our world will change if the design and developing potential of game companies is implemented only for the benefit of society. Thank you for your attention. I'll pass the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you, Tatiana. Friends, tell me please, have you ever wondered why the global information and communication network, which we commonly call the Internet, in the beginning of its formation and even till now, is called a web? Web in English means spider web. Interestingly, the web is a network of spider in which he catches his victims to eat. What kind of spider is this? And who or what does it catch in its net? Who are its victims? All of us as users of the Internet, or does it want something else? If you look more broadly, today this web has entangled the whole world. It collects and broadcasts images, and images, as our speakers have said, steal our attention.
Yes, that's right. Look at the picture that emerges. There's basically a struggle for attention in every area of our lives. The system is fighting for our attention. Attention is energy. It is a tremendous force. And scientists already experimentally proving that by harnessing the power of attention, we will have real effects on the world around us. Dr. Sergei Nikitich Maslobro, Doctor of Biology, will tell us about some of his experiments.
First of all, visual contact is a must. And when you have a good memory, you remember that very object which you are impacting without paying attention to the neighbors, in order to later compare the reactions of the neighboring flowers, which are reference samples together with your test plant. And in particular, the registration of the potential takes place with all plants. This is the first point. And then mentally you reproduce the image of a plant and impact it. I have already spoken about this. You can do it with its photo. Thus, you intensify this connection, because you do not get distracted to create a mental image and maintain it all the time. The photo is there all the time. This is already a distant influence. In other words, you can act not only with the visibility of the object, visual contact, but also at a distance. The operator was located at the other end of the city, but he had visited me before. He saw plants and remembered them. He did not specify which one he would impact. And then I said, I will turn on the device, let it register as much as it can, and you should impact the plant and write down the time. Then we will meet, I will lay out this tape, we will mark the beginning and the end and find out. And what he came up with, so that the plant would clearly answer. He said, I put a plant in a hot bowl, mentally he remembered the chosen plant, and he was also compressing it, meaning a temperature and non-mechanical impact occurred. So the first curve is when he began and a short response appeared. The second one, the response intensified. And the third curve shows that the plant responded with an impulse which was actually high, between 15 and 20 millivolts. This is in fact nonsense. Look, then it happened again. And below there is a middle curve. The tested plant which he did not impact. He actually said himself which one he impacted, and it happened so. According to all data, this is an instant transmission, but it may not always be instantly seen. For example, when we study breakdowns of chromosomes, we have to wait to register them, then to see via a microscope how chromosomes look, and so on. Burdock leaf. You see the rhythmics. The plant is anxious, let's say so. It seems to be worrying and not calm down. There are the rhythms of potential. Being mentally embedded into its image, I said, calm down. I calmed down myself. I didn't get nervous. I felt calm myself and was looking at the tape. You see, there is a straight line after that. Then I thought, what if I resume the rhythmics again? See, it reappeared. The arrows show. I mean, I began to feel anxiety again. I even got hot. And then I registered data again. I repeated it up to 10 times with the same plant, and this tape records the same curve. I just divided the parts into floors, as they say. Thus, we actually control the state of the plant. We seem to be one system, and it copies my state. There was another experience, the Kirlian effect, which shows the glow of objects in a high-voltage discharge, and it turns out that it carries information about the state of the body. So that's what happened. This experiment was carried out at Zeya company. They bought a Korotkov device, which is based on the Kirlian effect, on this glow. So we were in different rooms. Here's a visual example. So I was in one room, having a photo of patient while the patient was in another room. And his aura, or an electrogram of his fingers, was registered. They put his fingers, and there was a registration. And on its basis, he already has a technique to transform this glow to the whole body. If it glows with one solid line, it means a healthy person on the right. And on the left, a person is ill. You can see the fractures in the aura, separated prominences. This is a high-quality picture. So here's what happened. When I looking at the photo, mentally sent a positive program, namely that the person should recover, and so on, and he was a problematic patient. I only tried for the sake of science in general. I do not treat people. It's better to deal with plants. Otherwise, you may enter the wrong way and can take someone else's disease on yourself. This also happens. So look, such a correction of the aura took place in the patient. I repeated it several times in a while for the sake of statistics. The aura improved, and it improved more and more with my further impacts. It happened almost instantly too. Here's an example with a person. Listen, not a single failure. I was so amazed that by studying this kind of mental field and mental impact, one can break through into completely new spheres. And then reality turns out to be what was considered fantasy, fiction, adventurism, alchemism. All this exists. And academic science simply must deal with this. These are worthy objects that will lead to gigantic consequences, positive ones. So it depends on the wishes of people where they direct them. We are very interconnected, and in this regard, I wanted to say that we can create the external environmental ourselves. When we do something, and it is done for love, it becomes an environmental factor.
Grazie mille, Sergei Nikitic, per aver condiviso.
Thank you so much, Sergei Nikitic, for a very interesting experiment. It makes it clear to us that the key role here is the maintenance of the image by our attention, through which we can exert influence on the real object. This is very interesting and very thought-provoking information. It has been experimentally demonstrated that the power of human thought can influence and plant any person at a distance. And it doesn't even require visual contact, but only a picture, an image of the object that needs to be influenced.
Today we're talking about images, how they capture a person's attention and influence their life. We've already looked at it scientifically. We looked at it from the point of view of television, we looked at it from the point of view of film industry, from the point of view of psychology and game addiction. Now we're going to another aspect of our society that is not customary to talk about loud. Many pretend that it doesn't exist, although they actively use it. We're talking about magic. We give the floor to Erica and Jim.
Hello everyone. On the Alatra platform, the project Shadow Control was launched about 2 years ago. It is aimed at exploring the invisible world, magic, psychic and various other worldly manifestations. You know, the subject of today's kaleidoscope of facts is the power of images. The power of images, and it directly relates to magic. This may be a surprise to many people, but it is really so. You may ask, what does it have to do with images and magic? What is the correlation? Yet in our society there is a very, firm understanding of magic. Friends, but what is understanding? Has anyone ever thought about that? After all, understanding is actually an image. It's a picture in one's head, which forms our idea of something. An image of magic has been imposed on us, which is inseparably linked to some sorcery, magical actions, like in a fairy tale, a book or a popular movie. But what is magic really about? What is the process and what makes it work? Every one of us encounters magic and is a participant of the process of magic on a daily basis. Yes, you have heard it right, each and every one of us. You might ask, how does it really work? It's really simple, friends. How does our morning begin? We wake up and we immediately begin to think of a plan of action for today. For example, to go to work, to call a client, and then we think through it in detail what we will say to this client and what he or she will answer us, and what will be the result of the meeting. We already build a dialogue in our head with clear phrases, how we say one thing or another, and our opponent listens and agrees or disagrees, and then we begin to pick up another phrase which will certainly convince him. So we, as the winner of this conversation, the conversation which hasn't taken place yet, we feel emotional upsurge from the victory which we have won. What is interesting is that we can see this dialogue in our head as if it was alive, in the most vivid details, as if we were watching it on a movie, on a film. Isn't that how it takes place? Are you familiar with such a situation? So what are we actually doing? We trying to influence the future, and we do influence it. Yes, that's right. You have heard it right. This episode clearly demonstrates how magic works. And how many days, how many times per day do we have such conversations with images of other people in our heads? Or, for example, we find an advertisement on the internet with some beautiful dress that catches our attention. And immediately we are already somewhere far away and we already see ourselves in that dress, how it fits us well, and we look just great in this dress. The next slide in our mind is when we already walk to the store and we go in and try this dress on, then we make a purchase, and after that we leave the store very happy. And we imagine how everyone is looking at us when we wear this dress, and we really attract attention. We like that. Doesn't sound familiar to you? And that's where an interesting question arises. In this outfit, in this dress, is it we who are going to attract attention, or has someone or something already got our attention? Let's figure this out together. Perhaps I'll give you another familiar example. Have you ever wanted something or wished for it for a very long time? For instance, you dreamed about your own house for a long time, preferably a house in some other country, and then your dreams evolved into a real desire, and you begin to want it more and more every day. That desire drives you towards your goal. You start dreaming how you already live there in the house, how everything is fine and wonderful there. And one fine day, this desire does come true. It may be anything: a car, an apartment, a desire to find a life partner, or to possess a specific person. So when we want it so badly and we really think about it all the time, very often such desires become fulfilled. And do you know what percentage of people who dream really get what they dream about? In fact, the percentage is negligibly little, negligibly small. So why does it happen? And at what cost? Let's think about it. What is the process? Let's watch interviews with mages who explain how it all works.
There is something inside of us which is called morphogenetic information fields, and scientists have discovered it. Thus, there is a single network through which plants and animals can interact and communicate. We are animals too, but we forget about that. Later on, it was discovered how this information enters through morphogenetic information fields. There are several researchers who conducted modern studies regarding the holographic nature of the brain There is also a Mexican scientist of Russian origin named Limburg Zimpler, who discovered the theory of unified fields of consciousness. These fields of consciousness scientifically explain to us how we can change the reality of time and space and how an atom can interact or move across huge distances in the universe. I am also studying the theory of parallel universes. We talk about quantum physics and various situations so as to be able to scientifically explain what's going on. I can say that I have a connection to the morphogenetic fields of information. There I connect to this internet where the files and archives of everyone and everything in the universe are stored, and I take the information I need from there. Therefore, from a scientific point of view, there exists sort of an astral internet.
If I need to know some information about a person at the moment, it is easier for me to call my major family attendant, who is responsible for the information field of that person, and I simply ask a direct question. I need information of a particular kind. I get a response, okay. At the moment when I'm told okay, I begin to listen to myself, feel, and analyze emotions, feelings, and physical sensations. Listen to my intuition. I mean to listen to the voice, listen to the information, which is coming into my head at the moment. Plus, I see pictures that are shown to me with my inner vision.
Magic is exploration of the limits of one's consciousness. In other words, a mage is strong only when his consciousness is simply impeccable. Everything depends on the power of our consciousness. If we have a strong consciousness, our magic is powerful, because magic comes from our consciousness.
A person who addresses a sorcerer or a black mage makes a deal not at the moment when he addresses such people, but at the moment when he first thinks about it and starts searching for a specialist who would solve his problem.
It's just enough to wish for it.
Is the wish itself a magic act?
Of course it is.
When you simply call upon this low-frequency force with your thoughts, it is very different from addressing gods. There you need to beg, there you really need to win the favor of high-frequency forces. But if we speak of working with evil spirits, in this case a thought is enough and they immediately come.
A ritual, a performed ritual as such, is a certain program that is embedded in the energy field. If this program is embedded, then what it carries will certainly be reflected in the person's consciousness and will surely affect his or her destiny.
How are the effects of a love charm ritual manifested on a person?
Thoughts begin. This is certainly the first thing.
In my practice, I often encountered that a person saw this object in a dream. The dream was quite vivid and emotional. There were love scenes in it, almost a love affair. After such a dream, a person would wake up with relevant sensations. The cardinal thoughts because of that dream became obsessive in terms of the attitude of the one towards whom the love charm was applied.
I even have the following visions. For instance, I'm talking to a person, visions come to me, and I voice this picture. I mean, what I have seen like that.
Do visions come in the form of pictures?
Yes, exactly.
You have to understand that the entity can use you, first of all, in such a way as it wants itself, and thoughts simply appear in your head. It may often be heard as certain voices, but those are not the kind of voices out there saying, "Go and kill everyone." No. It's a voice that will tell you something and send you certain images.
You mean thoughts and images, right?
Thoughts and sometimes images, right. Sometimes there can be a voice indeed.
When I talk to people, I never ask for information. On the contrary, I always say, guys, please be quiet, don't give me information. I need to reflect on what I've heard. I begin to voice the text I get in my head, and then I find confirmation.
As we can see, magic works by investing attention into images. We bring them to life when we begin to pay attention to them. The very process of wishing is nothing but a magical action, especially when people already imagine the end result. Magic is directly connected with the invisible world, and hence with those who dwell there. What role does the invisible world play? When a person begins to wish for something, in this way he instantly sends a request to the system, that is, to the inhabitants of the invisible world. This means we immediately call a shadow, an invisible entity, into our own lives, which we realize the person's desire or not, but it will simply take life energy. And an interesting question arises: does the entity appear first, which sends thoughts and images to the person, or does the person dreaming of something attracts the entity to himself? Human consciousness can only be called a shadow because it is part of the invisible world. And we can find mentioning of this in many religions of the world. The shadow, the demon, consciousness send a person thoughts and images. And as a consequence, if a person puts his attention to it, he gets a desire. And the more attention a person puts into the illusory image, the brighter and more manifested his desire becomes. That is, if it is beneficial to the system, it will fulfill it. Give it the person what he wants, but in exchange it will take his life. But if magic works by means of images and the attention invested into them, then who fulfills a person's wishes? Whom do magicians serve?
This is exactly what magic is. Do you want to touch magic? Start doing visualization. It's very simple. Learn to imagine something, just close your eyes and imagine.
Is visualization a part of magic as well?
Yeah, it's also part of magic. And there is a subdivision, sort of subdivision, when you make a wish. I tell people, draw a wish in detail. To draw a wish means to draw it in your mind, so to say, or in a dream, so that this wish would be as if it were in reality. Not like somewhere far away, but here and now. And the more precisely you draw all the details of this wish of yours and attract it, yes, if you devise a palace, for instance, you will have to draw it for a long time, but you can start with something small. As for me, I like to wish, let's say, for a parking spot. How can we park in our city?
Is that magic?
Of course it's magic. As I drive out of the house, I draw that spot. It's good if I know where to park. I draw it in detail and mentally blow cars away from there. And sometimes it happens that I drive up and this very moment a car leaves my spot. Is that magic? It is. It's very simple. When you are late, you can also suspend time. That's also magic. A person can do it by himself. It's not necessarily a special ability, but you should learn how to do that. Say you are late, and you mentally disperse the traffic when you drive. When I take a taxi, I often get into traffic jams, so I disperse those traffic jams in order not to be late. The taxi driver is proud. We are not late, I'm cool. I say, thank you, we had a good trip. This is magic too.
It's just you being late.
How can a person oneself wish to become a victim of Lucifer?
That's a very interesting question. But what plays a role here is that every person, a priori, wants his desires to come true. And Lucifer, let's say, hooks a person on his ability to manipulate the truth. Not lies, but the truth. He manipulates it in such a way that a person takes it for granted. Although nothing is free of charge. Free cheese only in a mousetrap. Naturally, a person thinks, I'm getting it, I'm succeeding, the fortune is on my side, everything is wonderful, everything is good, I want more, give it to me. Okay, but what are you willing to give in exchange for what you desire? That's it. The contract is signed.
As simple as that?
The contract is signed. Every that's it on your part will immediately raise an imp behind you who will whisper in your ear.
I address the devil with specific requests to help me get strength, gain wisdom, and eliminate obstacles that hinder me on the way.
In response, what do you get? Do you hear thoughts?
Images.
Images.
Look, in the best case scenario, when this ritual has gone well, we can, well, there is a flow of images. If we turn on active imagination, these images can be so versatile and vivid.
Magic comes from our consciousness, those very rituals. You don't have to necessarily perform rituals. You can do everything by the power of consciousness. Rituals just help us to guide our consciousness. They are like crutches, roughly speaking. Let's say we perform some ritual actions. We take a doll, stick a needle into it and recite a certain incantation. We simply visualize that this doll is a specific person. Then we just take a needle as a tool of punishment and stick it into that doll, visualizing that we are attacking that person, and we read out a certain program, a spell. Yet, all this may actually be done even without a ritual. It's just easier for us to focus on our goal this way.
Of course. Where can we go without the Father Lucifer? And how can we not involve demons or evil spirits? Naturally, they also became involved and started imposing their own game. They said, okay, today we must go to the graveyard, today we must have a drink, today we must have a meal, or bring me that man or that woman, we'll eat them and you will get some bliss with that. A little wish of yours will come true.
Post fewer pictures on social media. If you post them, for God's sake, but you should be able to protect yourself. Why? Because I can do any ritual I want by means of a photograph. I know how to revive energies from a photo. So if a person exhibits his pictures, he automatically gives permission to use his energy if he hasn't protected that picture.
It was enough for me to do little things. Minor works are mostly done through evil spirits. If a work is bigger, it is already done through demons.
Is there anyone above the demons too?
Yes, sure.
And who is at the very top of the hierarchy?
What do you mean? There is a Satan himself who is above everyone else.
I'm a guide. If there are no sorcerers, who will glorify the devil? Who will carry this entire teaching? We are like guides.
What is interesting is that ceremonies and rituals exist not just in magic but also in religions. Let us see what tools are used in religions, what people ask for, and who they actually turn to for fulfillment of their desires.
There are a lot of icons, a lot of church paraphernalia in the room we are in. Do you work with this? Why do you have all this in such a quantity here?
Well, that's not all. That's not all. It's a small part.
As a rule, the structure of any ritual is arranged according to the same scheme. Candles, a receiving altar, a ritual knife, a sigil. It can be a certain statue of a deity, any image of a deity, anything, incense, special music. And then a protective circle is used and a certain place which a person uses for his spiritual temple. But naturally, all this is an external attribute. But the most interesting thing is that this external attribute helps a lot to create the right mood.
Cathedral witchcraft. Well, look, in this case, the cathedral is definitely a place of power. Yes, but again, everyone goes there for their own purpose.
So there is black and white magic there.
Both, positive and negative energy too.
Magic is energy. It is energy. There are clouds. They are clouds of energy. Prayers, vibrations of prayers, incantations are all vibrations. The power of words. The older the ritual is, the stronger it is considered to be. Prayer as well. The older it is, the stronger it is considered to be in terms of time. Because over time it gets stronger. Yes, it already has kind of more vibrations. And this is why the power of words, the power of prayer vibrates in such a way, and it has an impact.
If we take the whole line of spindle art, it's the very first magical craft that appeared. I mean, it embeds in any culture. Of course, we certainly used to have paganism before the baptism of Russia. Some pagans worshipped Veles, some worshipped Chernobog. Someone went to the light ones, someone went to the dark ones. The baptism happened. Naturally, among those who accepted it, reluctantly there was a certain opposition. They definitely began to work in that very egregor which they accepted, but already in the cult of spindlecraft. And of course, in the 16th century, Patriarch Nikon removed a number of icons from cathedrals, which, according to his understanding, were not supposed to be in cathedrals. Icons were displayed in squares, and they were blasphemed, and at that moment, the cult of spindlecraft, the cult of cathedral spindlecraft, began to acquire a new stage of development, I would say. I mean, what was earlier condemned and punished by the Inquisition. Again, in West European countries it was the Inquisition. Here, the Department of Patriarchy dealt with this. I mean, witches were burned not only in Europe. Of course, here when they had a free hand, it wasn't punished. If some icons could be blasphemed, hence others could be blasphemed as well. In other words, there was a kind of a surge, and it was clearly during the time of Patriarch Nikon, when spindlecraft gained a certain power.
A person comes to a mage and says, "I want to put a spell on this person." The mage says, "Okay, no problem, his picture, name and age will do." But he warns, "Are you ready to do that? As I say, we tend to an entity. Do you understand who I'm talking about? You will have to pay it off." If the person says, "Yes, I'm ready," there is an appeal to that entity, you see.
I work through the antipode. The antipode means a reverse side. Saints are common in Christianity, and needless to say, there are black saints in the spindlecraft. Moreover, they are so identical on the other side that even saints' days coincide with Christian ones. But let us say, when Christians worship Saint Nicholas, in the spindlecraft it is Abara, a church demon, and it is worshipped on the same days when Christians worship Saint Nicholas. In other words, it is the reverse side, the antipode. The pantheon is huge. In our time, and according to the needs that every master encounters, we have the Prince of Demons, Satan, upper left corner. Then there is the Black Trinity. It is our analog of the Holy Trinity, only the antipode, of course. Next, there is Demon Mafava, who is surely the patron of welfare and prosperity, acquisitiveness and greed. I mean, all the rituals that are connected with well-being are primarily performed through Prince Mafava. Then there is the all-seeing eye of the devil, which is the main icon. Why is it small? Because it is always easy to take it with you. I mean, you can put it in your pocket, go to the churchyard with it, go to a cathedral with it, and it is convenient. Then there is Death Herodias, the mother of demons, and Enaka, the demon of lust.
And this is not true that witches and sorcerers don't go to church. It is not true. I certainly go there. I really like to stand under the dome. I feel like I'm feeding on energy under the dome. I feel really good there. When I go there, I usually go under the dome. I stand there, I feel, I open my flow, I feel that I'm feeding. I get filled with so much energy. When I come out of there, I feel like I've been born again. If I need something for my client, I go to the icons of Archangel Michael. We know that Archangel Michael is the only archangel that can descend into all worlds. In other words, he can be in the upper world as well as in the world of demonology and in the world of necromagic, meaning in all worlds. I turn to him for this or that problem. So each archangel has their own direction. Archangel Raphael is the one for healing the human soul, for healing their body, where often Archangel Uriel can help with finances, like Spiridon of the Triumph. Seraphim of Sarov helps both with work and with healing the human soul, to let a person feel better. So when I come to this church, I turn to these exact saints.
Look, first of all, the work takes place in the following way. I surely mean it's ritual work. It should be mentioned that the ritual is very different from the rite. Generally speaking, in a religious cult, magic is ubiquitous. It is constant. Of course, if you go to a church and order baptism, again, it is clearly a rite. So in this case, the church is a certain place of power. A priest is the same master. Ritual magic looks a little bit different. I mean, you understand that no one will bring a husband or a wife on a rope with a request, "Will you cast a spell, please?" It looks the following way. Of course, the photo is used. Moreover, the most recent one. Absolutely any craft that goes in the frames of cathedral witchcraft is the work with demons, regardless of what is demanded. To call it, let us say, purely black magic, well, it is much more correct to say that it has a neutral shade sometimes. Why? Because it may not only harm, it can also help.
Prayer for health, for the repose is understandable. But how does it work for the money flow?
First of all, saints. There are different saints, for example, Saint Nicholas. He helps even with selling. I like him very much, he really helps. Sale of real estate. He helps with selling a house, a car. His prayers, we turn to him, we pay off. When there is white magic, we pay off and we bring it to church. I work, I have nuns that live in the church. They do not go out at all, they're just there. They have left the white world. There are people that need it. They have been given it from above. They refuse it and easily serve God, the service. And it is called a payoff. For example, a person gives me money for candles, rites and payoff. Payoff means I buy 3 kilos of flour, 3 kilos of oil, 3 kilos of sugar. I mean, God loves the Trinity. So, I buy all this and bring it to the church. We pay off with this and they pray for this person.
You can't give money even for prayer. But you can do that for the service of God, donations to the church. But if we take money for prayer, we go against God.
You ask nuns to pray. And what do they say? I pray for...
The photo, name, age. It's not that simple.
And what? And what?
Most often, a person communicates exactly with holy faces, with the holy face of this or that deity, with its image. It is simpler through the image. I mean, it is also felt through the image. But the main purpose is to go beyond the image and encounter that very power.
For example, Saint Nicholas. People would turn to him too. You kneel and beg, "Please help me, Saint Nicholas."
Candles are lit, photos of the client are placed, photos of the object or victim of the ritual are placed.
There is always a certain sigil, a symbol through which one connects with a certain deity. There is in fact a certain image of that deity. Basically, they are just signs. You know, a sigil is like a telephone number which is used to get in touch with that power.
And a ritual is already performed. The ritual consists of several stages. It is again the calling of this or that entity with which the interaction is expected, an agreement, and the completion of the ritual, sacrifice pay off.
I told her, okay, I will put protection. I take the cross from Calvary, which is ensanguined with the blood from the heart of the Jesus Christ. I put between you, Bianca, that's her name, and any kind of the 4 cardinal points. From now until eternity, I crossed her. I prayed.
Protection means that we turn to the mirror, prayers, candles, wax, higher powers. We have no right to protect, we have the right to put it to do our job. It all goes through us, but we do not control it. We have no right to control it. We put it, we did our job, that's it. Why do we turn to a higher power?
What is a higher power?
God, prayers, a guardian angel.
So those who practice black magic and have power, priestesses, molfars, and so on, these mages are already big shots. They have to sacrifice somebody every year, otherwise they themselves will become a sacrifice.
So it turns out that these witches, priests, molfars, provoke, meaning they put demons in people?
And in themselves too?
Because they can be eaten, you see. They are severely tortured.
So that's their tribute.
Yes, if they don't steer it of themselves, they will be severely tortured. They might even be killed.
You know, if we talk in a more constructive way, the very craft that refers to magic is probably the art of energy control. I mean, everything is energy. Again, the same churchyard is a place of power. It has its own energy. The cathedral or the church is also a place of power. They have their own energy. The master directs this energy in the way he needs, at the expense of that energy which he interacts with.
And they actually continue doing these rituals. The farther into the forest, the thicker the trees, and it is very dangerous. They already call upon the Lucifer spirit. In their sorceries, people think it's all normal. They say, Father, it actually helps us. I reply, yes, very nice. It's a lie, a big lie, because there's a spirit of Asmirit, a spirit of depravity. Lucifer is the main one.
I have a lot of icons that I inherited from my grandmothers and grandfathers, because even men in our family practiced magic. There were witch, doctors, healers, and molfars. That's why this is just a small part. During the rite, during the chanting, during every chanting, I address a certain icon. The Mother of God, the Virgin Mary, Saint Nicholas, Jesus Christ. Here's the icon which has several images of the Mother of God, the same Panteleimon the healer if it's about health or any other moment's losses.
But you see, it's an energetically equivalent exchange. The same lower forces receive the sacrifice, receive the payoff. One way or another, by accepting something, they clearly gave something.
El video que acabamos de ver nos muestra que
The video that we have just watched shows that in fact religion uses the same tools as magic. Did you know that magic existed long before religions, and that religion borrowed many religions' ceremonies and rituals from magic? So what is the difference between religion and magic? The difference is not between religion and magic. The essence of the matter lies in a human's desires. If a person asks for material things, even in front of an icon in church, he asks it from the devil. And if a person wants spiritual freedom, then he works with his inner state, increasing the power of love for God and getting rid of inner negativity. And it doesn't matter what images surround him. Consciousness is like a guardian. It does everything to keep power over the person. Do we understand the responsibility for implementation of material desires?
The devil is not interested in a physical body. He is interested in emotions. He is interested in that energy which the soul emits during life.
You should be careful about magic, because in order to get something, you always have to give something away, whether you like it or not.
All dwellers of the subtle world, everyone who is in the subtle world, they certainly feed on energy only.
Very often, black mages fall ill with cancer or go mad, or have some other diseases. All this is the result of the fact that you once hoped that you would be unpunished, that you are such a great mage and would come off clear.
Your relatives can suffer because of your gift. Do I understand it correctly?
No, not that. I mean, not because of the gift, but because of the magic work.
You can predict a result, but you cannot name the price which you will pay for that result.
I open the cards, and the cards immediately show a danger, because there is magic. Someone is working over them, over their relationship.
It happens that in black magic, love charms are also performed. By the way, it's a very powerful ritual for which you have to pay quite a high price. You bring a certain amount of financial payment, and also make a sacrificial offering. There are such offerings that are not quite, so to say, acceptable when you hear about them. It's a sacrifice of a human soul.
When I worked with evil spirits, there were constant voices and demands to give them a task. In other words, I put an evil spirit in my service with a certain ritual, and he constantly asked for tasks. I took the path of blackness, so to say. I did hexes and many other things. That is, I harmed people in different ways and broke the balance at a certain point. For breaking the balance, when good and evil must be respected, but I, so to say, spat right and left with this bile. I was charged a very high price for that afterwards.
Which one?
I buried my entire family. I lost a child, I buried my parents, I buried my brother. This whole chain that happened literally within 3 years, I was shown and told that it was a payment which I had to give.
Why do they live so long? What do you think? You actually came for free, hence you owe them. The devil pays. What do you owe him? What do you owe this old lady? She will take what she wants. Young people get sick, while mages live to the age of 100.
So does this person give some energy to these creatures?
Of course, any emotions, fear, anger, rage, all this is low-frequency energy that they feed on. When you work with this egregore, you must have no fear, otherwise you will be devoured, you will become a fodder.
A person is crying, she's upset, and this entity takes away her energy.
So
it's a treasure for them.
This negativity increases even more.
Of course, even more. Tears, fear. As for fear, it's a real pleasure for an invisible entity.
Dark forces include demons, evil spirits, imps, and so on. There are lots of varieties. I will lack time to list them all. They feed on human souls. They feed on human energy, the energy of life.
Before making any magic impact, think carefully. Is it worth doing? Are your manipulations and your desires worth those problems? Think before you step on the path of magic. Think whether your life or your desires are worth all of this at all.
Once again, I would like to emphasize the important information we have just heard. If one turns to magic, this is always a price paid. The inhabitants of the invisible world feed exclusively on a person's life energy. When a person runs out of this energy, the physical body dies. But it must be understood that this is only the death of the physical body. And what happens after that? Have you ever thought about it? If a person is serving Satan, this is the dead, that is the dead, he will stay dead. Meaning, if a person puts his attention into the illusory images of the world, then he is under control of his consciousness, which actively imposes these images on him in order to get more life energy from this person. If a person is controlled and lives by the illusions of consciousness, it means he is not developing spiritually. He is not cultivating love within himself for the spiritual world. And as a result, there is no merging with the soul. This life energy is gone, and it is no longer possible to change anything. The ship has sailed. Whereas in order to enter the eternal life, one has to achieve the merging with the soul, because only through the soul a person can enter eternity. A man reaps what he sows. What he has sowed to the flesh shall of the flesh reap corruption, but he that sowed to the Spirit shall of the Spirit reap life everlasting. A person pays with one's own life. And why is it that meaningless? Scientists have previously proven that in our universe, the three-dimensional world is a hologram, that is an illusion. Yes, wishes can be granted here, but it is all stays here, inside the illusion. Whatever desires are fulfilled here, we will not go beyond the hologram unless we are striving for the spiritual world. But we will spend our life energy on this illusion. However, in reality, we are striving towards something else.
Grazie Erika e Jim. Le informazioni che avete condiviso ci fanno capire che I pensieri e le immagini.
Thank you, Erika and Jim. The information we heard, we understand. If thoughts and images are being used for influencing the person, these are definitely the enemies of a human being. As mages said before, there is nothing for free in this world. Each our desire is being paid by our life energy. The main tool of the devil is imagination of a human being.
Yes, that's true. So, in all regions, people who have walked on the path of the spiritual development knew about this and learned about the dangers of images to a human being. Christianity deals with the stages of the origin of sin in a human, and the first stage is considered to be the prologue, Russian, or demonic provocation. What is the demonic provocation? Why is it important for us to understand it? We will offer to watch a fragment from the video Football Shine Time with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
In the religious experience, it is basically described that there are sort of stages for the formation of a scene, so to speak, and it begins, there are different names for these stages, but it begins with provocation, then there is coupling, consent, and captivity by thought. But the essence is that you basically cannot influence the coming of these thoughts to you in any way. I mean, this provocation, you're always offered either some images from the past, or it's just pictures that are thrown in.
Again, let's analyze provocation. What is provocation? Provocation is when we have already come in contact with a thought, right? When an emotion ignites in us already. And that's where events begin to unfold, right? I mean, you are just sitting peacefully and suddenly you recall someone or some occasion that happened, God knows when. That's what provocation is, right?
Something is offered to you, right?
Sure.
Yes, a hook, a bait.
Yes, a bait. Just like a fish. You swim up, there's a bait. You grab it, and then it already
unfolds.
Absolutely right. As soon as you have tasted it, people say, are there any methods to not get hooked? Of course there are. There are practices. There are special spiritual practices. Well, I would put it differently. Meditative and spiritual practices. For example, that very Chetverdik, right? Or the pyramid. They are described in the book Alatra. These are the most ancient practices that people used God knows when and for many millennia. They've been helping a lot of people. Again, who needs these practices? They are necessary for those who are really in service. who are standing guard on that side, on the invisible side. A person doesn't just take upon himself, so to say, the obligation to serve God and refuse to serve Satan, not in words, but in deeds. He is not only engaged in saving himself as personality, in evolving or, let's say, transitioning from a slave of Satan to the rank of an angel. He fights not only for his own freedom, but for the lives of other people too. When he has taken on such a burden, he needs proper tools. And these tools are needed exactly to counteract any influence from the outside, including thoughts. Because our thoughts are the most terrible, and perhaps the only tool that Satan uses to manipulate us. So, what do those practices give you? For example, that very Chet verdict, right? Friends, those who know, they know. While I'll explain for those who do not know, we begin to register our thoughts. I mean "our" in quotation marks. You understand it, right? We begin to perceive them when they are already implemented in us. But a thought is actually the same radio wave that should come to our consciousness, unfold, manifest itself, and assume an image. We perceive it only when it is ready, don't we? But it is already when, excuse me, we have financed it with our attention. Yet, is there any way to, let's say, play safe and not to accept and not to finance it when it is only approaching? There is a way. Precisely, these practices, such as the pyramid and the so-called Chet verdict, perform these functions. The Chet verdict is called so because it works for 4 sides. Well, anyone who's interested will read and find out about it. What does it give you? Let's imagine, in absolute darkness, you're walking alone on a road, and you see a headlight of a car. You don't hear it, but you see the headlight. What will you do? You will go to the side of the road, and the car will pass by, right? I mean,
you'll be careful about that.
Right. That very headlight gives you a signal of approaching trouble. So, thanks to these practices, we, as personality, already learned to perceive this light, meaning the approach of a thought itself, and not even let it come to us. Just not let it in, not to react to it, not to finance it, and so on. Yet what happens in our everyday life? Until, excuse me, a car hits us with its bumper, we do not react, right? Well, that's already an injury.
Yes, a direct collision. People are already in captivity at once.
A direct collision, of course. You are right. When a thought has come, it's the same as a car has already hit us. You know, a moving car. It all depends on what speed and what kind of thought comes. Because sometimes there are thoughts that depress us so much. For instance, we had a great mood, a surge, everything was good and worked out. A thought comes in that hooks us, and that's it. We already lose our mood and lose interest in some activity. Why? It is merely a thought. The question is, who palmed it off? What kind of, I don't know, a masochist one should be to exchange a good mood for a bad one, right?
Right.
To immediately enter into a debate with an image in one's head, as they say.
Oh, yes, exactly.
To argue and prove something to it. Just now, my friend, you felt good and wonderful. You had birds singing inside. You had a lot of plans. And then you suddenly recall that you are a fool. You see? Literally.
Well, people compete with an illusion. Once they saw some kind of an image and will never meet that person again.
Sometimes they didn't see him.
And they don't know who he is.
Right.
But they compete with that image in their mind.
They compete. Who hasn't experienced all that? You need to go somewhere. You haven't seen that person, but you already talked to him and proved something to him. You enter into an argument. In the end, you are already a hero. You have won. And all are winners at that. Well, these are games of consciousness. Sometimes consciousness instills such dialogues in one's mind, but in reality, everything happens in a different way. The question is, what for?
Здравствуйте. В видео Игорь Михайлович представляет знания.
Greetings. In the video, Igor Mikhailovich presents the knowledge of an alien program that enters human consciousness. Christian companions, monks, called it the demonic provocations. Demonic provocations is the initial stage, the primary moment of the origin of sin, a sinful thought. To be more precise, demonic provocations are a representation of some object or action corresponding to one of the sinful tendencies of human nature. under the influence of the external senses, or because of its connection with the psychological work of memory and imagination, according to the laws of association, it enters the sphere of human consciousness. It is the emergence of an image in the consciousness. Without having attained impassive, one cannot be immune to demonic provocations. It is a person who will not accept the demonic provocations. Demonic provocations are seen as an action from the outside upon the human soul. The origin of demonic provocations in a person is one accepts these thoughts. The thought originates either because of the temptations around a person if one pays attention to them, or it may be caused by memories from the past of one's own sins or sins of others, or by the influence of dark forces. Based on the latter knowledge, it should be emphasized here that these thoughts are random, external, and they arise in the head spontaneously without a person's participation against his will. The emergence of such provocation thoughts and refusal from them are considered as a spiritual training, a kind of help in cognition of oneself. This is where the true freedom of a person's choice is manifested. In order to cut off such a thought from the animal nature, one must disregard it at the very beginning of its emergence, reject it from the threshold. If this not done, the thought or images stays and takes possession of the mind. A person begins to feed it with one's own tension and desire, thus artificially keeping the thoughts in the head by one's own choice. Thoughts do not belong to a human. One has no control over the coming of the thought. A person's choice is whether to accept the thought or not. The prophets said that there should be no images on the spiritual path. After all, a human can perceive God only through deep feelings. There were no images in early Christianity. Bans on worship and adoration are included in the 1st century apostolic decree, in the Spanish Synod of Bishops at Elvira 4th century. Research by the historian Ernst Kisden confirms that the early Christians used symbols exclusively. From the 2nd century AD, Jesus Christ was recorded in the photographs. When Jesus explained God's will, you can understand that icons or other cult objects are simply not acceptable for the knowledge of God. Jesus said to him, "I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me." Christianity contains knowledge about the influence of images on people. We experience some technical difficulties. Stay with us. Still resolving technical issues.
Юлия, вы слышите нас? У нас небольшая заминка, сейчас посмотрим, или видео возобновится.
We will see if the speaker will come back to us. There are problems with internet.
The system will never be able to show you what perception through feelings is. And it will never be able to imitate real God's love. Never. But instead, it can draw anything for you. Jesus Christ will come to you, and the Virgin Mary will talk to you, easily. After all, it's the master of illusions. Yet, what did saints say even in antiquity? Whoever would come, and whoever he would introduce himself as, since he comes in an image, send him away, because it is Satan. Isn't that so? Whether in a dream or during your practices, everything that appears as an image comes from consciousness.
Well, the image, first of all, excuse me, is something that doesn't exist. These are devilish images, and they dominate human life. Isn't that so? It is. So, in order for these images not to be your guides, not to be your Susanins that guide you to hell, guys, you need to work on yourselves, you need to study. If you really strive for God, then first of all, there should be concrete personal practices and your own spiritual experience. That's the best way, right?
Right.
That's right, and it's true. It is possible to feel the spiritual world when you come into contact with it. We already discussed this. Any contact, even the slightest one, gives boundless happiness and joy. And imagine to stay there. Consciousness will not perceive this. This can be perceived only spiritually. It's a boundless ocean. While for a human to know God, tell me, how can the dead know the alive? In no way.
In no way.
Of course. And it won't be able even to describe it. Why is there neither description of God nor anything? And how can you describe Him? He's boundless. You won't have enough colors and ink to describe Him.
And words.
And words all the more. So, you just need to feel.
Демонические образы и образы, которые сотворил человек в голове,
Thilan of Ethos shared his experience of observations. Demonic images, as well as images that a person has created in his mind, affect himself, modifying or transforming him. If a person's mind perceives passionate images with pleasure, the energy of that image will expose the body to a titanic violence, even a weak, sick, and incapable body. A thought acquires power when the eternally perceived image of passion attracts the attention. Theophan the Recluse, also known Theophan the Dvornik, explains ideology that as a distinction between them and image. For instance, they took an image and called it with Jesus Christ. Therefore, a person turns to the devil because of the false image. We come to the understanding of falsity as the essence of the image from the knowledge about dreams. The Ignatiy Branchaninov said the most dangerous false image of prayer is when a praying one composes dreams and pictures by the power of his imagination, borrowing them apparently from the Holy Scriptures, but in fact from his own state, from his own fall. Siluan of the Ethos conveys the idea of dreaming as a type of imagination, that is, when a person moves away from the real state of things in the world and lives in the realm of fantasy, when the intellect attempts to penetrate the mystery of being and comprehend the divine world, a person creates God in the image of one's own external material body. As Matthew 15:19 says, images are determined by self-love. The imagination is so flighty that it creates new images and resumes the old ones. In so doing, it mixes spiritual thoughts with carnal ones, the good and with the reckless and ungodly, the wild and repugnant with the fair and beautiful ones. For this reason, imagination is like a sieve of which Satan, through various thoughts, wakes the human soul. In the 21st century, we don't know how Jesus looks like. There is no true image of Christ in Christianity. We don't know what he looked like. Though we had spread the legends of the face of Christ, Jesus wiped himself with a towel and supposedly there was an image left on it. There is a popular saying among people, shall we all list prayer to the image of Jesus Christ? But is there a true image of Jesus? There there is not. That is, we just pray at the artist's fantasy. It turns out that if we take away all the connotations, there is no face of Jesus Christ, yet he is nevertheless portrayed. Who then do we pray to in icons? Consciousness or the mind is able to not let in images that come into inner life. This is the rule that people who desire purification and struggle for purity in their spiritual development keep and clearly try to follow. Impure spiritual images include images of evil spirits that attract people inclined to mysticism or process people driven not by love for God, but by fear for witches, bad spell, demonic possession, or the Antichrist. Those who constantly have images of evil spirits in their minds, those who fear God, this fear does not lead to love. Constant reference to the names of evil spirits or the Antichrist affects a person's consciousness. Archimandrit Sava says the mention of the black relates the soul of the dark force and unties it with it. It is interesting to know that similarity in Zoroastrianism, one of the oldest religions, there is renunciation of sinful deeds and thoughts. Buddha insisted on the renunciation of passions and their attendant thoughts in his first sermon of Benares. He forbade the erection of monuments to which the gifts and faithful might be offered as a sign of a generation of Buddha's absence. Early Buddhism deliberately avoided all images of the Buddha. According to the Buddhist text, upon entering Nirvana, the Master told his disciples, "When I'm gone, my teaching shall be your master and guide." After the Buddha's death, for several centuries, there appeared to have been no attempt to depict the Guru or venerate him in any non-material image. The first centuries of Buddhism bear some resemblance to the first century of Christianity, when no images of Christ were known either. The bas-reliefs of Sanchi, second and first century before Christ, which belong to perhaps the earliest sculptures monuments of Buddhism, do not depict in human likeness. His presence among disciples indicated only by symbols, such as sacred bodhi tree adorned with precious stones or the wheel of the law placed on a throne. The founder of Buddhism strongly objected to any cult of his person and always insisted that the most important thing was not he, the Buddha, but what he discovered and taught, dharma, the teaching, the law. I give the floor to Tatiana.
Greetings. In Christianity, since the 3rd century AD, there are images of Jesus in the Diropos church in Syria, frescoes of biblical scenes with the figure of Jesus. Following religious instructors, people believed it was right to pray with images because they brought their closer to God. As Pope Gregory the Great noted, icons serve ordinary people instead of books, and he asked to explain to the flock the true way of venerating icons. In Byzantium, the council in 754 considered the question whether Jesus can be considered depictable if his divine nature is indescribable, and pondered the dilemma whether icon worshippers are guilty of imprinting on icons under the flesh of Christ without his deity, or of limiting the deity of Christ through the description of his depicted flesh. The participants of the councils were called iconoclasts. The word iconoclast is not a self-designation, but an insulting label invented and implemented by their opponents. An icon is any image, including an intangible one, which means that to call someone an iconoclast is to declare that he is fighting the idea of God the Son as the image of God the Father, a human as the image of God, and the events of the Old Testament as prototypes of the events of the New. new. Those who banned icons consider themselves as defenders of the true image of Christ. The Eucharistics, what their opponents call the image, in fact it is not, but is merely a depiction. In the 8th century, based on a literal understanding of the second commandment, Emperor Leo III Isaurus called the prohibition of images and depictions. Emperor Constantine V defended the idea, the depiction of the earthly body appearance of the Savior, whose divine nature is indescribable, leads to an impermissible separation of his two natures. Orientalist Alexander Vasily states that, not without reason, the enemies of Leo III called him a friend of Arab culture and religion. The fact that the Muslim iconoclasm of Caliph Yazid II and the first iconoclastic measures of the Byzantine Emperor Leo III closely coincided in time. Historian Hans-Georg Beck considered that Leo III was born a conductor of Muslim or Jewish ideology. Historians cite the facts of iconoclasm in order to show the single idea in society, the single knowledge, the rejection of images regardless of religion and the doctrine. It was in the 8th century that the prohibition of images and icons was declared, when society began to wait for the end of the world. These moods were caused by a deep cultural crisis due to the rare conquests of parts of the Byzantine Empire. People then became increasingly superstitious, and there was a surge of disordered forms of icon worship, often indistinguishable from magical practices. According to the collections of the miracles of saints, drinking wax from a melted seal with the face of Saint Artemius cured hernia, and Saints Cosmas and Damian healed the suffering woman, ordering her to drink, mixing the plaster from the fresco with her image with water. There was a custom to mix the paint scraped off icons into the wine, to put communion on the icon, to receive it from the hands of the saints. The veneration of icons was disliked by some of the church officials, who saw it in a signs of paganism. At the initiative of Empress Irene, the Council of Nicaea in 787 fully restored the veneration of icons and proclaimed icons to have equal dignity with the cross and the gospel. At that time, after long thought, they came up with a division of worship into service and relative worship. Service can only be offered to God, while with relative, the honor offered to the image goes back to the original image. These are the words of Basil the Great. In doing so, the theory of oneness was proposed. The icon of Christ was recognized as such not because of the resemblance of features, but because of the writing of the name, the act of naming. That is, the icon could depict anyone, but if the caption was Christ, it was considered to be him. Emperor Leo V turned to the prohibition of icons again in 815. The last stage of iconoclasm took place in the 9th century under the reign of Emperor Theophilus. He began some persecution of iconoclasts. Although his wife Theodora worshipped icons, after her husband's death she achieved a complete restoration of icon worship. Empress Theodora appointed the icon worshipper Methodius as patriarch, and in March 843 a complete restoration of icon veneration was proclaimed, when iconoclasm was finally condemned as heresy. And the more icons were banned, the more furiously people invented theories to distort history, to cover up the absence of icons in early Christianity, to create the illusion of tradition, to show that meaningful veneration of icons had been present in the church Church since apostolic times, and that iconoclasm was merely an innovation and consciously anti-Christian. Icon worshippers portrayed iconoclasts in such a way as to create a negative image of them among the population. People began to see them not as fighters for the purification of Christianity from paganism, but as accusers of Christ, a word that came to mean exactly and exclusively iconoclasts. The argument about icons is a different point of view of people regardless of religion. As soon as a person began to argue about icons, he was considered hostile. Today, knowing how our consciousness works, the Satan within us, the subject of images no longer seems so harmless. After all, behind the false image of Christ, our saint is none other than the devil. The true Holy Fathers have always spoken of the perniciousness of perceiving images and have been ensnared by them. The cultivation of inner love for God and the refusal to perceive images was and still is the basis of spiritual work on oneself. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tatiana. As we can see, the true saints said that images are destructive, and in communication with the spiritual world, there are no images and there can be no images. Images are dangerous on the spiritual path because they lead away from God. Why is there a prohibition in Islam against images of God and the messengers of the spiritual world in the commandments? And why are dreams and fantasies pernicious for a man? We suggest watching a fragment of the program Shit and Soccer with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Very interesting point. If in modern society such daydreaming and reverie is somehow popularized, and at all times poets have praised and romanticized this daydreaming process, then if we talk about the spiritual experience in different religions, it is just the opposite. It is openly stated there that thoughts are enemies and that the devil's main weapon is certainly human imagination. And precisely in this field, a person's struggle for his spiritual salvation actually takes place. You know, I would like to share one hadith about what corrupts the human soul the most. In Islam, it is said very clearly that it is the sea of reverie, a sea that has no shores, where people who have gone astray, who have failed on the path to knowledge, are swimming. And what was really memorable to me is that reveries are surely the capital of sort of bankrupt, insolvent people. And this is really so because people spend all their energy and all their resources, just as you once said, precisely, on those very reveries. But it is also said that those daydreamers are the hope of Shaitan, and there is such an understanding that Shaitan sets very strong hopes on these people.
It's not only hope, but also Satan's pillar. After all, in their reveries, as you said about the ship, people lose their course and simply begin to drift, and many of them lead caravans of likewise deluded people. It's not just hope, but also Satan's pillar.
It is very scary to realize that you can live up to Shaitan's expectations. Shaitan sets very high hopes on such people who indulge in these fantasies, reveries, and the game of imagination. In fact, the most interesting thing is that it is mentioned that he just plays with you like a dog with a carrion.
Of course.
So there is this understanding that you are kind of not a hero in all that, but a toy.
You see, human pridefulness elevates a person to the level of Satan, the devil himself, or to the level of God himself. That's how our consciousness elevates us. While in fact, friends, if we compare a person who has gone astray or has become lost in this ocean, he is really like a carrion in the teeth of Satan.
Assalamu alaikum, dear friends. The Prophet Muhammad, may Allah bless him, taught his followers not to dream of a happy and serene life. He taught them to take responsibility for their spiritual and material lives. He taught them to love Allah, to be diligent and patient on the path to Allah, and to do good deeds with pure intentions. As for dreams and reverie, it should be noted that in the Holy Quran, in Surah 4, the shaitan, addressing Allah, says that he will certainly lead people astray from the straight path and engross them in false desires. The outstanding Muslim scholar of the 13th century, Ibn al-Qayyim al-Jawziyya, also wrote that dreams are harmful for a man. He said, "The lowest of men in diligence and desirable soul is the one who is content with false dreams, which he has preferred over reality, and attracted them towards himself, and began to adorn himself in them. And this, by Allah, is the wealth of the bankrupt, the trade of the unprofitable, and it is the food of an empty soul, which is contented with fantasies and false hopes, leaving reality behind." Dreams cannot help a person to comprehend the outside world, and they certainly will not help one to comprehend Allah, to know Allah. The dreamer creates a desired image for himself and imagines that he has already achieved it. He enjoys dreams and amuses himself in his pride by winning imaginary disputes, competitions, and so on. It should be understood that dreams are images. In other words, the one who dreams creates images. And there are a lot of hadiths in Islam that speak about the harmfulness of creating images. For example, one such hadith says, "Among the people who will be most severely punished on the day of resurrection will be the image makers."
Передаем слово Камиле.
Given the floor to Camila, our next speaker, please. Thank you. Yes, Renat, nowadays this and many other hadiths are interpreted by Islamic theologians as a prohibition against making visible images for worshipping, as a prohibition against making pictures and sculptures. And indeed, in Islam, there are no icons, unlike in Christianity, no statues, unlike in Buddhism, no fire, unlike in Zoroastrianism, but we cannot say that Islam got rid of images completely, because in Islam, Muslims began to imitate the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and his followers, taking them as an image for themselves. The first Muslims pass on to the ones that came after how the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, was dressed, how he looked, how he spoke, what he ate, and what he did. Thus, they were forming the image in their everyday life, forgetting that it's an image too. While the essence of Islam is inner work, taming down one's nafs and increasing the love for Allah. In other words, one needs to be like the Prophet, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, in terms of inner qualities, but not just in his appearance. It should be noted that images are directly related to thoughts. Ibn al-Qayyim wrote, "Thought is the beginning of good and evil. It is the origin of desires, diligence, and determination. He who protects his thoughts will be safe from the snares of shaitan. But he who does not keep his thoughts pure will be led astray by shaitan and seduced by the benefits of this world. Thoughts will keep coming to him until they become false dreams." In another ayat said, as for the disbelievers, their deeds are like a mirage in a desert, which the thirsty perceive as water, but when they approach it, they find it to be nothing. Instead, they find Allah there in their hereafter ready to settle their account, and Allah is swift in reckoning. He also wrote, know that the common of thoughts does not harm, but verily it does harm to call them and talk to them. A thought is like a passerby on the road. If you do not call him out and leave him, he will pass by and move away from you. But if you call him out, he will charm you with his talk, deceit, and seduction.
The inner work on oneself, that is the greater jihad which every Muslim must undergo on the way to Allah, begin precisely with the control of thoughts and rejection of images and fantasies in one's head. The greater jihad begins with inner purity. But what happened in Islam? Inner purity is now removed to external purity, and today Muslims pay a lot of attention to how and with what hand they perform ablution for the prayer, what they should say during this, how they should dress for the prayer, which parts of the body to cover, and so on, and the like. In other words, they have developed a huge set of rules for every case of life and the image of an ideal Muslim. But the importance of not having thoughts and images in the mind during namaz, the importance of controlling thoughts and avoiding fantasies during the day, and the importance of constantly cultivating love and gratitude for Allah are overlooked. It should also be said that Muslims pay a lot of attention to how a woman should be dressed so as not to seduce men. In many Muslim countries today, women wear hijabs and completely cover all parts of their bodies. But as they say, nothing will prevent the strong from being strong, and nothing will help the weak. Has it helped the Muslims to get rid of images and fantasies? On the contrary, it didn't get rid of the images in the mind, just like all the people on the planet, but gave their imaginations a chance to work. Movies, continuous flow of thoughts, and of course images are being played almost everyone's head today. In the pursuit of the external, the essence of inner spiritual work on ourselves has been lost. Even all women of the world will wear a paranja and a heartscarf. This would not free neither men nor women from fantasies, images, and intrusive thoughts, for it is not possible to defeat the inner enemy, one's own nafs, through external actions. It is about inner spiritual work that does not cease for a second, and it is not affected by external actions.
Right, Renat. And despite such substitutions, Islam, being the youngest religion, has certainly preserved the knowledge of the perniciousness of images on the spiritual path. That is why it is not customary in Islam to depict or imagine Allah and His messengers and prophets. The monotheism of Islam is Tawhid, expressed by the sacred formula, there is no God but Allah. Categorically denies the possibility of visual or verbal representations of God in any form. And it is not permissible to depict the Almighty Allah in created beings, especially human beings. Islam teaches that it is not permissible to think that God has a body, that He occupies a place, that He is somewhere, and that He has parts, size, and so on. All the characteristics inherent in creatures cannot be attributed to the one who created them. The Holy Quran says, No vision can comprehend him. Nothing is like him. He is Allah, the Creator, the Inventor, the Originator of shapes.
Al-Bayhaqi
in his book said, so he says, Al-Baqi in Al-Asma wal-Siyat transmits the hadith from Ibn Abbas in which it is reported that the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of Allah be him, said, contemplate on everything, but do not contemplate on the essence of Allah. The meaning of the hadith is that no representation or imagination is required to know Allah. Any judgment, imagination leads to delusion. Islam forbids attempting to know Allah Almighty by means of imagination. Allah is not the one who can be imagined, because all imagination, thoughts, and reflections are artificially created. Whatever appearance, image, or form one imagines, it will all be created. If we imagine the moon that we see, our representation will be created because the moon is created. If we imagine the arch, that is throne, which we have not seen, our understanding of it will also be created as the arch itself is created. As for the Almighty, He is not created. In this regard, Ubay ibn Ka'b said, he is beyond the reach of the thoughts of slaves. It is impossible to comprehend him by thought. Abdurrahman ibn Ubay Nu'am said, he will not be reached by thoughts of those who try to think about him. It is also not permissible in Islam to depict the prophets and messengers of Allah Almighty, including the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him. The reason for this prohibition is to protect believers from idolatry. Now, I suggest you watch an excerpt from the video Life After Death, where Igor Mikhailovich Danilov very precisely and concisely explained why you must not depict the prophets and messages of Allah Almighty.
How can you create an image of God? In no way. You will limit and compress it. Thus it is blasphemy to portray God. It's unrealistic. How can you portray His messenger? By a visible image, but it doesn't reflect the essence. You diminish His essence, because you bring all this down to a visible, an optical image. God's messenger is God's messenger. And behind a visible image there is a boundless part, which is impossible to embrace with consciousness. Will you narrow Him down to the same as you are? What will consciousness tell you? He is the same as me. Isn't that so? And it will see in Him just a human with all the flaws. Isn't His body the same as your body? Doesn't He need the same thing as you need? Doesn't He behave in this world the same way? Does He walk on His hands? No, He walks on foot. Hence, He is the same as me.
A person looks at the external.
So is this the image we depict? After all, we don't see the truth, and we cannot depict it. So what do we depict? Lies? Illusion?
Something external.
Temporality. That is why it was forbidden to draw any images.
Indeed, we know that besides the body that other people can see, there are our thoughts, feelings, experiences, sufferings, knowledge, skills, and much more. Those things that remain invisible to others. And if we speak about the prophets, people can never see their great spiritual essence by means of earthly, just earthly eyes. It can only be experienced through the feelings. As to what the prophets and saints said about the importance of sincere feelings and comprehending God, we're going to learn about it a bit later. Continuing the topic of the absence of images in Islam, I suggest watching the interview with the PhD in philosophy, Islamic scholar and author of books, Aydar Khairuddinov.
What kind of images are we talking about? Again, we should remember some examples. There is a story from the life of the Prophet Muhammad. This is a hadith, in fact. There is such story in this hadith. When Muslims were praying, they were holding their hands like this and looking up at the sky. This follows from the question the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, peace and blessing of Allah in Arabic, asked them in this situation. He asked, "Why are you looking up at the sky when you are offering prayers dua classes?" To offer prayers in Tatar. We should understand that was not the first year of revelations already. Most likely it was in Medina, because here people were already relaxed. No one persecuted them for their religion. They could openly perform rituals and practice Islam. So this is the period of Medina. So the Prophet asked this question, "Why are you looking up at the sky when you're offering prayers?" And they answer him, "But Allah is in the sky." The Prophet, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him, said, "I beseech you not to do this, for I swear that you will go blind." Let's ponder what happened. In order to understand what happened, I experimented. I asked this question to Muslims, and I reflected this point in some of my books. I was told, well, you can't look up at the sky when you're offering prayers, because it's impertinent to Allah. He may be offended, get angry. He can send you lightning and you'll go blind. That's it. Guys, in fact, we're already talking about images. My contemporaries, Muslims, assume that they'll go blind because Allah will send lightning or something else. What we're talking about in this hadith is that you mustn't imagine Allah sitting in the sky or in any particular place. And here we come to the point that images are forbidden in Islam. Now I'm talking about images that could be intended for worship, any images or objects carved out of something, right? And in this sense, Muslims have never had such material objects, looking at which a Muslim could worship an idol of some kind. And coming back to the story with these Muslims, they were holding their hands, looking up at the sky, and the Prophet Muhammad begged them not to do that. Hence, it is important to understand here that you mustn't imagine Allah even somewhere in your imagination, that He occupies some place, because if you imagine that Allah occupies some place or is in some direction, then you're lost. This image will suppress you, it will control you, and you will think that when you are praying, Allah sees you. In this life of Muslim, there are really pictures, such sketches, but when you are not praying, meaning not to the right side of the Qibla, then as if He does not see you. If a person does not correctly understand the nature of Allah, then no matter how much he turns away from images, no matter how much he destroys them, no matter how much he stops himself from drawing some images of living beings, in fact, it's all meaningless. If there is no understanding of the nature of Allah, then you don't develop spiritually. You can make as many earth bows as you want, you will not advance. Well, it is difficult for me to explain actually, because how can we imagine Allah if it is essentially possible? Well, in the previous part I said that it is essentially impossible to imagine him, but it is possible to feel him. If we imagine Allah, then it doesn't matter how we imagine him, either being in some place or being everywhere. It is the same image. But if we start to feel that he is everywhere, it's already a bit different. In this case, we go from the head to the heart. And in order to go from the head to the heart, well, a human must bring, Allah must bring a human to a certain state of his spiritual development, so that these images completely dissolve in his mind. If we free our minds from these images, then we simply fall into our heart. We fall into our heart, and here we begin to feel who He, Allah, really is.
Спасибо большое.
Also, thanks, Aidar Garifuddinovich. And now I give the floor to Vera, now our next speaker.
Grazie Camilla. Buonasera. Ditemi per favore, se vi chiedessi presentare un'immagine di Dio, quale sarebbe? Probabilmente si tratterebbe di un vecchio dalla barba bianca seduto su un trono o su una nuvola del cielo. Siete mai chiesti
Most likely it would be a white-bearded old man sitting on a throne or in a cloud in the sky.
con questa immagine?
Have you ever wondered why many temples depicted him as such? Why is the image of God embedded in the minds of modern people in the form of a man with a beard sitting on a throne?
Chi ne beneficia di questo?
Benefits
Il
from this?
sistema non capisce cosa
The system
sia
does
la
not
vera
understand
vita
what true
spirituale.
spiritual life is.
Pertanto,
Therefore,
la
the
dittatura
dictatorship
della
of
coscienza
consciousness
sulla
over
personalità
personality
genera immagini
generates
corrispondenti.
corresponding images.
La percezione
A narrow
ristretta
perception of
dell'uomo
human
dovuto
due to
al
the elimination
dominio
of
in
the
uno
animal
della
nature
natura
in
animale
him
riduce la
brings the
percezione di
perception
Dio
of
a
God down
un'entità
to some material
materiale,
subject,
cioè
the
a
same
come
as man
l'uomo vede se
sees
stesso
himself
nella
in the
dimensione
three-dimensionality.
tridimensionale. Sappiamo dalla storia che ai
We
tempi
know from
di
history that
Atlantide
in the
c'era
times
un
of
uomo
Atlantis
chiamato El,
there was a
che
man
per
named
quasi
El
1000 anni
who ruled
ha
over
avuto il
people
dominio
for
su esseri
almost
umani grazie
1,000
alla
years,
tecnologia di
thanks to the
allungamento
technology
della
of
vita
prolonging
umana
human life
oltre il limite della
beyond the
specie.
species limit.
Generazioni di umani sono
Generations of
morte,
humans
ma El
died, but
no.
El did not.
El
El called himself a god,
si definiva un dio e le persone
and people
iniziarono a
believed in
pregare
this
la
and
sua
began
immagine.
to pray
In
to this
conseguenza di
image.
questo, essendo gli
As a result,
umani
we, as descendants
contemporanei
of the
discendenti
Atlantean
di una
civilization,
civiltà
have
atlantide
preserved
a livello
at the
genetico,
genetic level
si è
the image of
mantenuto
God in
un'immagine
the form
del
of the
dio
old
come
man
un
sitting on the
uomo
throne
anziano seduto
or
su
on the
un
cloud.
trono o su una nuvola.
You can
Se
learn
vuoi
more
saperne di più su
about
questo
it
argomento,
by
guardate il
watching the
film
film
Atlantide,
Atlantis,
un'elite
The
in
Elite in
ricerca
Search of Immortality.
dell'immortalità. Ma chi o
But
cos'è è
who or
Dio?
what is God?
Poiché il linguaggio della
Due to the
nostra
fact
coscienza è
that the
quello
language of
dell'immagine,
our
esso
consciousness
vuole
is images.
costantemente materializzare
It
il Dio,
constantly wants to materialize
delimitarlo in un
God,
corpo,
push
in
him
un
into the
oggetto
body, into
tridimensionale. La
three-dimensional
coscienza
object.
stessa è una
Moreover,
struttura di campo
consciousness
che
itself
non ha
is a field
immagini,
structure
li crea
and has
soltanto.
no image.
Il
It
linguaggio della
only creates
personalità
them.
è quello dei
The
sentimenti
language of
invece.
personality
Ogni
is
persona
feelings.
che si è
Every
liberata
person
dalla
who gets rid
negatività
of inner
interna può
negativity
sentire la
can
presenza di
feel
Dio
the
nella sua
presence of
vita
God in
come
his life
sostanza onnipresente,
as an
insita in
omnipotent
ogni cosa,
substance,
un mondo
inherent in
sconfinato
everything, a
e
boundless
di
and
infinito
infinite
amore.
world of love.
L'amore
The
che
love
per me ogni
that
cosa intorno e
prematures
ogni persona
everything
ha una
around,
connessione
and each
diretta con il mondo
person has a
spirituale e con
direct
il Dio
connection to the
attraverso la
spiritual
propria
world
anima,
with
ma
God through his
poiché
soul. But since humanity prefers images to feelings to a greater extent, this simple knowledge has been lost, and now our consciousness is constantly inventing an image of God. Well then, what does the devil look like? People have distorted and presented him as a beast, a demon with horns. We are afraid of his attack from the outside, but he is inside us, an integral part of us. The devil. This is not a demon with horns. It is much serious. There's a bestial, animal essence inherent in every human being which generates negative thoughts, pictures in the head and emotions. It is a consciousness, a field structure that controls and manipulates your attention as long as you allow it to. Let's pay attention to the lexical meaning of the word Satan: adversary, slander, accuser. The second meaning is taken from the Greek translation of devil: deceitful, slander. Satan, devil, shaitan, iblis are not essentially names, but descriptions of an evil nature. According to a hadith, Anas ibn Malik, may Allah be pleased with him, reported, he said, the Messenger of Allah, peace and blessings be upon him, said, virtually, Satan flows through the human being like the flowing of blood. But no one prevents us in our free choice, neither God nor the devil. If we choose God, we go to God. If we choose devil, we go to the devil. That is, we either pave our own way to heaven, to nirvana, or we throw ourselves into hell. Devil and God are inside a human being, and with whom he communicates more, to whom he comes. He becomes a part of him. Everything depends on the human himself, on his inner choice with whom to be with. And already in his earthly existence, man can begin to live an inner paradise, to be in the state of love. It is important to understand that on the way of gaining eternal life, there should be not any images on the way of performing spiritual practices and prayers. For in this way, the human concentrates not on love, but on material, everyday things that distract him from God and take him away from this path. This will be discussed in the next video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
People get stuck on images and simply don't move beyond these images. Because at that moment, consciousness tries to focus the power of a person's attention on this very substitution, on magic. That is, a person, by appealing to images drawn by other people, begins to ask for something earthly, for himself, in a consumerist manner.
Right you are.
So when I began to study this issue, I saw the knowledge given in the book Allatra already in a new way, and realized that originally, in early Christianity, there were almost no images, there were signs and symbols.
Correct. And that is why, in the renewed religion brought by the Prophet Muhammad, it was clearly stated, do not create any images, and they were moving away from images. Why are icons prohibited there? Portrayals of that very Muhammad are forbidden, and so on. So that consciousness doesn't create an image. One should perceive through feelings. One should learn perception through feelings. Muhammad taught this to his disciples. To perceive the spiritual world and representatives of the spiritual world through feelings, but not visually, not by using visualization, not with the help of hallucination. That's the point.
Yes, in Islam, images in the decoration of holy places are not acceptable. Muslims compose abstract patterns and pictures.
Absolutely right.
For that, they use epithets, names of God, or verses from the Quran in Arabic writing.
That's right. Even Muslim imams themselves say that those who think that Allah has a face, be it of light, of a young or an elder, they do not know Allah, the Almighty. They do not know that it's simply their imagination and presentation, meaning their illusion which doesn't exist in reality. And the trouble of those people is that they don't understand existence without a body. Therefore, they stubbornly attribute to Allah both a body and the qualities of a human. But it is said in the Quran that there is nothing like Him, meaning Allah.
Yes, God doesn't have boundaries so that one could imagine Him and mentally comprehend His nature.
Whatever you search for in your thoughts, you will not be able to find it to describe His great face, because He has no face. He is so great that there is nothing like Him.
Interessante che tutte le religioni hanno avuto origine
Interesting that all religions are emerged from one spiritual truth. People have given them different forms, but the grains of knowledge which are in every religion speak of the images on the spiritual path and their dangerousness. Visualization is the worst enemy of the spiritual. All real practitioners have always said that getting rid of images on the spiritual path is one of the most important steps.
All the prophets came into this world and brought people the primordial knowledge. They said that God is one, that God is love, and the way to God also lies through a sincere love of human for God. Let's say that human is dual and there are both spiritual and animal beings in him. And they said that the meaning of human life is just in gaining life. Everything depends on a human and his choice. The legacy of the prophets is knowledge. It gives a human true freedom from shackles of consciousness. They are priceless. But what difficulties did the prophets face? What was their life like? Friends, let's watch the trailer for the next episode of Kaleidoscope of Facts, Lives of the Worthiest, which will be on July 13th, 2022.
Today, we consider those people to be worthy and great, who have made their fortunes on lies and built their power on human blood. But from time immemorial, great and worthy were the personalities who came in the most difficult times for humankind and brought the truth in its purity. Who were they? What were their lives like, and what difficulties did they face? How did they comprehend the truth? Who gave them the primordial knowledge? The teachings of the greats, such as Zarathustra, Buddha, Jesus, and Muhammad, gave people freedom. To this day, the profound power of these personalities still awakens our hearts. In this world, there were always those who opposed the truth by all means. Even during the lifetime of the prophets, the knowledge that they brought began to be distorted. What tragic consequences did this lead to? Who stole thousands of years of happy and prosperous life from humankind, and why? In these difficult times for all humankind, it's time for the truth. It's time to remember the covenants of our prophets. It's time to give the truth back to people. We invite you to Kaleidoscope of Facts, Life of the Worthiest, on July 13, 2022. Initiated by the participants of Alatra IPM from United States, the Netherlands, and Uzbekistan.
Cari spettatori, vorrei cogliere l'occasione per ringraziare gli autorevoli scienziati che
Dear viewers, I would like to take this opportunity and thank the esteemed scientists who participated in the Kaleidoscope of Facts and helped us gain a deeper understanding of the role that images played in our lives. Thank you very much for taking the time to provide us with such interesting materials. Also, thank you, dear viewers, for staying with us. Soon we will discover the secrets of longevity of the human body. Stay tuned.
Friends, after all that said, it's clear to see how important it is to control our attention, where we put it, how destructive to man are the images. Those who have realized the power of images over themselves will surely ask themselves the question, how to escape from the power of images, how to resist this obtrusive influence from outside. We will get the answer to this question by listening to the next speaker, Andrea Benko.
Dnes sme sa dozvedeli, že myšlienky, ktoré považujeme za svoje a neustále ich pozorujeme.
Dear friends, today we have learned that thoughts, pictures and images that we consider our own ones and constantly observing our consciousness come to us from the outside and have an influence on us. It turns out that we are constantly implementing someone else's written program, the program of the animal mind system. And then the question arises, what should one do? How do we get rid of the influence of imposed images? How do we live our real life? I suggest we watch an excerpt from the video Freedom from This Dictatorship Within Yourself that will help us understand how to control our thoughts and feel who we are as personality.
In order not to experience evil, not to experience suffering and pain, what should one do? One should reject bad thoughts. When a person realizes that he wants to be happy, and my friend does want to experience joy, he needs the simplest technique, and the simplest tool is to reject, say, oppressive thoughts. For instance, a thought comes into your head that you're suffering, you're poor, but you say, no, I'm happy, I love God. Just like that, even in a form of a game, just to start playing. Forbid your consciousness to judge anyone, to hate, to be angry with anyone. Just forbid it. Say, no, I won't do it. Consciousness says, this is a bad person, but you say, why is he bad? What makes him worse than me? Just to answer like this, to counter, to force a part of consciousness, you should understand one thing. Well, my dear friend, remember one thing. You are financing your thoughts. It's really so. You don't order thoughts in your head. They come from outside. Do you have doubts? Just sit and think. Let's think about a butterfly. Yes, you can see a butterfly, can imagine it in your head right now. Try to keep this butterfly in your head for 5 minutes and you will realize that you won't be able to keep it. Fish will come into your head, monkeys, lemons, oranges, a lame neighbor, well, whoever you want. And this butterfly will be mixed with them. But you just try to keep the butterfly. You won't succeed. Why? Because you are not the master of consciousness. And when you realize that you are not the master of consciousness, but precisely with your attention you are financing that, which you are investing and paying your attention to this, right? Meaning, what is in your head, that you are kind of financing. And precisely this financing, meaning energy spending, bring these or those thoughts to life. Later on, they can influence you, influence your life, and the life of people who surround you. Why? Because having accepted a thought that this person is bad, you start treating him as a bad person, you reject him. And what makes him worse than you? Here's a simple question. But when this thought comes and you say, no, hold on, I don't need this thought, I won't judge this person. Just as simple as that. And you have refused and think about what is good. Consciousness is trying again to foist some bad thought, evil, fear or hatred on you. It is trying to belittle or elevate you, whereas you just say, no, I want about love, about joy. However, not in understanding of person-to-person love, but about love in the highest understanding. Just be happy. Just be happy that you're breathing. Even if you're ill, even if you have a hard time and feel bad, look that there is green grass, that there is blue sky, even if it's gray covered with clouds. Well, what's the difference? Even if it's raining and there is a storm, look at that rain and storm. Understand one thing, that in a short while you won't see this. Why? Because life is too short, and what seems a distant future to you, it will happen today, right now. It's just that years will fly by, and this now will come. Well, it's just like an experiment. You can set a date in your life. It doesn't matter, will it be an hour or two, a month, a day, a year or 10 years, definitely this now will come. Time passes very quickly, and everything that seemed to be far away becomes the past. This is true. The only question is where these years have gone, into nothingness? Or have you used them for something important, something necessary? Something important necessary in human understanding, that which the system tells about, is to build a house, well actually, as always, to provide for your everyday life. I won't say that it is bad, and you should do this. This, you have to do this. Your body is your car, and you have to keep it clean and healthy. Well, and it's normal. Consciousness must work. Body must work. It must earn and support itself. This is actually a natural process. It's not even discussed, but it shouldn't dictate to you as a personality. And in order to realize that you are a personality, you start forbidding consciousness to accept bad thoughts and start accepting only good thoughts. So you say, I don't want what is bad, I want what is good, I want to rejoice. It starts to oppress you. For example, someone bothers you. But you go outside and just look at the gray sky, at the rain, or at the sun, and simply be happy. Just put away the thought and rejoice at what you see. It doesn't really matter, even if you look at, say, torn wallpaper. Be happy that you see it and that it is there. And this joy, it is little, tiny, and quick passing because consciousness is trying to erase it. But if you have experienced it once, you can always increase it once again. And every time, every day, you will increase and intensify your every experience, and finally you'll realize that you dictate to consciousness. And only those thoughts come which you want, because you reject others. You feel, you start feeling that there is love. You start feeling that there is joy, and life becomes more beautiful. Even if you feel pain in your body, you're ill, you have health problems, at this moment. But these are the problems with your temporary body. While we are speaking about eternity, personality is the one who feels body pain. Consciousness doesn't feel this pain. But there is another option. It feels body pain for as long as it's bound to the body. And that's the point. For as long as it's bound to consciousness, because it's precisely consciousness that tells about body pain. And if we take a look at what a body is, yes, it's a set of molecules and so on. What is pain? It is an electrical signal which comes and irritates. And all this, the illusion, turns into unbearable pain that personality feels. It suffers and so on. But all this ends, all this passes. And it ends very quickly, while the happiness and joy which you will form may remain forever. And that's the point. This is the first step to understand that you are a personality. This is the first step to an angel, and let's say the first step in opposition to the beast. And it can give you an opportunity to gain freedom, real freedom, freedom from Satan, freedom from the beast.
Thanks to the watched excerpt, we have understood how to monitor our thoughts, switch to the thoughts that we need. Let us constantly control this process and understand what is happening in reality, rather than blindly implement the image programs that will bring us trouble. Let us look at what physiological processes are triggered in the body when we pay attention to certain images.
Everything we see around evokes different emotions in us. But have we ever thought about the fact that a person thinks in images, and these mental images in our head affect us as much as images in the outer world, putting us into different emotional, physiological, and psychological states? That's so because when we put our attention into both images in the outside world and imaginary images, the same groups of neurons are activated in our head. And then hormonal and physical reaction in the body follows. Clinging to a positive image in the mind, for example, of purchasing a certain product or service, positive emotions of joy, pleasure, and euphoria arise in the mind. In the brain, we observe activation of neurons in the reward area of the mesocortical limbic system, the so-called pleasure area, and accordingly a surge of certain pleasure neurotransmitters, dopamine, serotonin, and internal opiates, endorphins, enkephalins. If a person pays attention to a negative image, he will experience negative emotions, activation of neurons in the brain punishment system, and release of neurotransmitters of suffering, frustration, or stress, acetylcholine, noradrenaline, adrenaline, cortisol. The hormones produced by the body are natural drugs. They give pleasure to primary consciousness and the body, and it leads to a real physiological addiction to looking at images. Hormones are what the system pays a person for serving it. A person receives hormones as a reward when they perform actions that the system requires. The release of hormones is usually short-lived. However, consciousness is designed in such a way that it remembers any surge or any interest of a person in a particular image in the head. The system will offer the same image an infinite number of times in order to gain the energy of a person's attention. In this encoding system, the mind works in conjunction with the body, and thus with all its basic instincts: fear of death, sex, food, desire for dominance. Information about any stimulation is encoded by a nerve cell in the form of frequency of action potentials averaged over a short period of time. In other words, in general, the work of the human brain is the work of an information and control device whose language is the frequency. Consequently, reflection of conscious and subconscious processes of the psyche takes place at the level of neuron discharge frequency. It means that when a person is sure that it is he who is in love, he who wants to eat, wants sex, is afraid of death, shows pride, or wants power, at this moment, just the coding takes place in his brain and nothing more. And the person, as a personality, is completely removed from the control of these processes and wastes his life in vain. Investing his attention into ghostly images, a person loses precious energy which is necessary for gaining real freedom from the dictatorship of consciousness. To get out of the dependence of images, it's important to control one's own thoughts. One must stop fantasizing and shift attention to perception through feelings. After all, this three-dimensionality is also an illusion, only a denser one. Knowing this, a person can stop associating oneself with the body and stop investing one's own attention into its reactions, thus changing the frequency of perception of consciousness. Then a person ceases to be a hostage and slave to the illusion of the material world. The realization that a person is not just body and intellect is gained through the experience of observation, control of thoughts, as well as meditative and spiritual practices. Then a person begins to realize oneself as a personality, and then he is actually above these trivial prescribed programs of animal nature. That his true potential is revealed only when he loves God and people. This highest state of happiness and love exceeds any existing drugs. This is exactly the gain of true freedom, the way out of the illusion imposed by consciousness, and any person is free to choose either to stay in the illusion or to start living for real.
A human has two kinds of consciousness, a primary and a secondary one. Primary consciousness is born together with the physical body of the human being in the womb. It is the consciousness of a primate, an animal. After birth, the primary consciousness is directly related to the entire human body. It controls exactly all chemical processes and everything else. It has a low intellect, that is, the primary consciousness is limited. Primary consciousness itself is directly related to the three-dimensional world. It has to do with sight, with hearing, and, well, with all of our tactile sensations. It is connected with everything with which we perceive the three-dimensional world. Primary consciousness is that which gives information about three-dimensional world to our personality. Primary consciousness contains what we usually call pride, which primary consciousness strives to satisfy. Consciousness communicates with personality through pictures. The emotions that one experiences are the body's reaction to the thoughts and pictures in one's head. Let us pay attention to the following point. We have been taught since we were kids that we perceive this world through the five basic senses: sight, hearing, taste, smell, touch. That it is we who feel pain, differences in temperature, pressure, sense of balance, position in three-dimensional space, acceleration in it, a sense of weight, some kinesthetic sensations. We are used to thinking that we are the body. Although all this bodily perception of three-dimensional world around us is just a product of the primary consciousness. All this information about three-dimensionality, all the events, all the situations, all the experiences, all of these are derivatives from consciousness. It's not you who perceives. It is primary consciousness who perceives. Secondary consciousness manifests itself in opposition to the manifestation of personality in the human body. Secondary consciousness is like modern consciousness or new consciousness, also called human consciousness. Secondary consciousness is a very strong artificial intelligence. It is very aggressive and active. It's secondary consciousness that criticizes and does other negative things. That is, it is what we call intelligence. This is what we actively develop in the kindergarten, at school, at university. When we are busy working, thinking, concentrate on something, or simply having an active conversation, or playing chess, or pondering, at these moments, it is secondary consciousness that is working. That's where a lot of information processing is needed and things like that. And we always think of ourselves as that's what we are. Let us look at the scheme of how consciousness works. We are personality. Personality, it has nothing to do with the three-dimensional world. Well, let us say it is much higher in its hierarchy of dimensions. Personality is directly related to primary consciousness, but it is not related to secondary consciousness. The secondary consciousness is what, out of habit, we think we are. That's how thoughts come. Images of our computational processes happen, the same logic and many other things. That is, all these pictures, all this information that comes to us, a lot of desires and interests, it comes through the secondary consciousness into the primary consciousness, and then the primary consciousness presents it to personality. Primary consciousness does not perceive the world as such. It perceives it through secondary consciousness. Secondary consciousness can, so to say, deceive it. Primary consciousness perceives the reactions of the body, and the secondary consciousness perceives the reactions of the body through the primary consciousness. That's the chain to make it clear. And the work of the brain is a reflection, material manifestation of, say, the work of consciousness, but primarily the work of the primary consciousness. But it is also connected with the material world all the same, but personality is connected only to primary consciousness. If primary consciousness is controlled by the system or by secondary consciousness, then personality is doomed. If personality controls primary consciousness, it can explore the system itself from the outside. If personality gets rid of the control of primary consciousness, then the secondary consciousness will not affect personality. That is, the person will not be influenced by images. He will be free from illusions. Personality is connected to primary consciousness through the neurons of the brain, and primary consciousness is connected to secondary consciousness. Secondary consciousness is connected to the animal mind system. Therefore, by control of primary consciousness, personality controls the entire system. How do we do this? If we think about it and begin to monitor how thoughts come, earlier we had listened to an excerpt about this mechanism. And thoughts, they come mostly to the secondary consciousness. All those flickering pictures, they're all shown there. But they're projected on the primary consciousness. That is, they're observed inside of us, let us say inside our structure, by the primary consciousness. And through the primary consciousness, it is personality that observes them. And it is personality that gives that power or that attention. Let us call this power attention. It directs this attention to latch onto the thought or not, to achieve it or not. This is a very important point. We, as personality, with our attention, activate and implement thought from secondary consciousness. We implement this illusion. So the first step is to abandon the pictures and conversations in our heads with the illusory images and put more of attention into real things in the material world to break out of the illusion. The second stage is a serious barrier. This stage is more difficult. It is the main one. The refusal to perceive oneself as a body. It is a withdrawal from the power of primary consciousness to conquer the fear of body death, to give up pride, excessive eating, dependence, and sex. All this is possible when one stops feeding the images in one's head that impose these exorbitant desires. When a person gets a certain degree of freedom by working on himself, he begins to dictate and tell this primate consciousness what to do. And this way, he completely controls consciousness. In this way, we have the opportunity to invest attention in development of perception through feelings. Here is an excerpt of the article Paradise Within Myself, where a young lady shares her experience. By honestly admitting to myself that I hear the thought or feel this emotion, or better yet, by writing it all down, I become simply present, an outside observer, not trying to suppress, to hide these manifestations before someone sees. And then, from a participant in a blind struggle, I become a researcher, learning the structure of this world. Without excusing thoughts and desires, I can already clearly see who they belong to and what dirt is behind them. Everything is not as lofty and beautiful as consciousness advertises it. In its hands, personality is only a tool to build an empire of power. But until a person admits to himself that his desires are driven by banal selfishness, he is just a part of the mechanism of the system. It is important to understand that consciousness will always show picture proposals and thoughts. Its task is to seduce by material things. The more personality recognizes himself or herself, the less interest in these pictures remains. Having looked at them, at these images in abundance, and having learned the consequence of this viewing, there is already clear understanding that one shouldn't look at them. After all these understandings, it was a great gift to feel and remember who I am and what I aspire to. Surprisingly, In spite of all the tricks of the animal nature, as a child, I firmly knew what I needed. Back then, there was no understanding of who I am, but there was a huge inner desire to know the truth, to develop, to be useful, to cultivate love and happiness in myself, to live with them and share them with others, simply to live in free floating. Remembering this indomitable desire of spirit, I also saw a clear contrast with what consciousness offered me. Fear, become attached, hold, acquire, exalt, dominate. In each day I can expand the horizons of knowledge, soaring freely in God's love, while the system suggests that I put on shackles and crawl, picking up the debris of illusion. So, in order to get away from the power of the system, the devil, and acquire true feelings, one has to wrest attention from the illusions of the secondary consciousness and get away from the perception of oneself as a body, but not to fight, but to shift attention to contact with God. When you get a high from the deep feelings, real spiritual euphoria, that contact through feelings is much stronger than any material pleasure. Here is an inspiring excerpt from the video "Do Not Be Afraid" with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Igor Mikhailovich, if we return to the subject of fear, what aspect actually interested and surprised me in my time? You know, if we single out the direct speech of Jesus Christ, most often he tells people, don't be afraid or fear not. In fact, the most common advice in both the Old Testament and the New Testament is fear not. And for many people, this is a surprising fact. Why? Because it seems that the Bible would more likely say, don't do this or do that, or at least love one another, but certainly not the words, don't be afraid or fear not. Why did Christ focus on this point?
Paid a lot of attention.
Do
not obey Satan. I translated, do not be afraid and do not worry. Care about the main thing, my friend. Then everything will be fine. Fear not. Do not waste the power that was given to you for saving yourself and gaining life on mortal things. On games of your consciousness, you shouldn't do that. Spend it where it is intended. Then you will have everything. Again, how many parables did Jesus Christ tell? What and how we should spend? Well, we are missing that.
And there is so much advice. Even the Holy Fathers spoke about this very cowardice and the images that arise in the head. In particular, Maximus the Confessor said that you shouldn't be afraid of those frightening images, because all this is emptiness. Just turn them into nothing.
They don't exist.
It's a lie, it's a game. And if you overcome this imagination, these images, you will also overcome the one who begets these images.
Creates them,
yes. Who sends you these images.
And those very holy fathers, practitioners, so to say, who really gained life, they tell the truth. What do they say and what do they talk about? About real experience. What else do they talk about? About Alatra. Don't they? Because the truth is one and the path is one. And whoever says what, it really exists.
I would like to thank Igor Mikhailovich for such valuable information, which helps us to get rid of fear and delusion, as a result of which we have the opportunity to find the infinite joy of life. What are feelings? How do we feel? Ksenia will tell us about true love.
Greetings. I'm certain that viewers will return to the subject of thought control again and again, and will be able to practice all that Andreika mentioned to experience the deepest feelings and to realize oneself as a personality. All over the world, Alatra TV volunteers have been interviewing people and asking them what the feeling is. Join us in watching their responses.
Deep feelings, which we live inside by, are common for all.
And each of us carries this piece of the whole. Love, true nature. That's what we carry within us. And I would also compare that to freedom.
You can't put it into words, just like words they won't give it its right meaning. It's a great feeling of like fulfillment, I don't know, love, yeah, something inside.
When one has inner beauty, it is reflected externally too. It's actually the energy, the emanating light, in fact.
In poverty, they're all the same. When we say a planet, we are all one in the family with equality.
All people all over the world are born with a light inside of them, a goodness inside of them.
Everybody has something inside that goes back to their essence. There's this pure love that we have very deeply inside. And when everyone is united by this, there's nothing else that is say in front of it, of love, of being kind.
How comforting those words are. In addition, I would like to give an example of a lady who shared her experience with people by writing an article called Heaven Inside Me. An amazing feeling permeates my whole life, a feeling that an invisible thread is within me, which periodically makes slight fluctuations. Those fluctuations are a reminder that someone is waiting for me somewhere. A barely perceptible call from the end of the thread. No matter where I am, no matter how old I am, the feeling never leaves me. I am not from here. I've forgotten something. Each of us looks at the starry sky, hoping that somewhere in the distance is our home. Not in space, but beyond it. Please note where we are looking. We are looking into the interstellar space. We are looking much farther and deeper than we see those dots in the sky. Yes, each of us feels that God is inside and not outside of us. And each of us knows the shortest way to God. He is within us. We don't have to go anywhere. The profound feelings with which we live inside are the same for all. It is a universal language of the human souls, their life language. The feelings coming from the spiritual beginning are real, profound feelings, manifestations of the highest love. The relationship between a person and a God is based solely on a person's deep, personal feelings from the contact with the spiritual world, upon his or her sincere love and gratitude towards God. It is those true, profound feelings of a human beings toward God that are the true, the only values that can be perceived by the world from the human beings. And this relationship with the spiritual world is carried out without any intermediaries. A wonderful quote from Alatra that reveals the essence of true, sincere love, and I sincerely wish that all people on the planet would experience this feeling. True love is the person's deepest feelings, which cannot be expressed in words. It is the power of the soul, its state of love for God. True love between people beginning when the person experiences the deepest feelings of love for the soul of another person. When, as they say, one sees the essence of another, when there is a wonderment in silence. Now imagine how beautiful and how different the world would be if we saw and felt in each other first and foremost persons. rather than the body and the consciousness that we mistakenly perceive as humans. The information that we're presenting today provides an opportunity for a person to radically change his or her life for the better. Such a wonderful opportunity that he or she at the beginning cannot imagine, although when first encounters freedom, will no longer agree to remain in bondage and will do everything possible to escape from the illusion. I would like to propose to watch a fragment from the program To Be, Not to Seem, with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
We often hear a phrase, he doesn't love or doesn't respect God. In fact, he doesn't know God.
Doesn't know God.
It's impossible not to love God. It is really impossible. If a person comes into contact with a spiritual manifestation within himself at least once, it's impossible to live without it. This is really so. It's just that, unfortunately, a lot of people, I would say, almost all, with rare exceptions, live their lives without coming into contact with God's love. They live in fairy tales, in fantasies, precisely those illusions in their minds, in hopes for what is empty. Well, they don't have experience. If a person has experienced at least a single moment of close contact with the spiritual world at least once, this is indescribable and unforgettable. It's impossible to refuse that. You see, that's the point. In this case, no choice, they say. Well, how can you choose? It's impossible to choose between
entirety and emptiness, basically,
Yes, between the essence and total nothingness.
And the fact that there is nothing.
I'd put it this way. Imagine, my friends, you're in a white hot desert. You've been walking for 3 days. There is no water, there is nothing. And you have a choice. A pail of cold pure water or an empty pail that has no bottom. What will you choose? They will say it's a stupid question, won't they? So this question is just as stupid as what a person will choose. Life in a spiritual world, or suffering as a subpersonality for centuries, right? So what will he choose? Of course he will choose life. But in order for a person to choose, he needs experience, you see? That's where a person needs to make an effort to serve. A person should come to desire that. After all, he is free in his choice. Everyone actually feels that there is God. And they understand this. Even those atheists who say, no, God doesn't exist, prove it to me. It is demons in him who say, prove it to me. It is egoism, He's of the first type. By the way, people, well, we already mentioned, and many people who are familiar with Allatra know that there are only 4 types of people, you see. For some people it is easy, while for some it is difficult to have this very spiritual contact. But if a person has experienced it at least once, there's no question of choice before him.
Indeed, the choice is obvious, and no one in their right mind would choose an empty, bottomless bucket in the hot desert over a full bucket of cold water. But the choice is still up to the person. And it is extremely joyful that there are more and more people who are experiencing profound feelings and are being overfilled with love. They begin to act, sharing it with others. They lend a helping hand to their fellows, share with them information that helps others along their path, and take part in projects that change the world for the better. I would like to quote a lady who shares her experience. Heaven is within me. My personal gate to it is constantly open. The slightest attention to my soul, addressing myself with love to God, opens the gate wide, and it's up to me to choose whether to remain attentive to the inner heaven, to live this love, or to be more in the external preoccupations of the animal at the price of the possibility of being alive. God guides me to perfection. All life is a spiritual practice in which I am relaxed, calm, with my attention on the feelings that flow from my soul and how I feel for God. Just in spiritual practice, I learn by simply loving and observing. There is no rush, nothing to worry about. Everything is happening now. Simply choose life. Every day, against all the odds, choose joy. Don't look at the pictures your consciousness displays. Act without thinking twice on how you're going to do it. Just give love to God by generating it inside. Observe how the ocean responds to the drop by sending waves of love. Simply feel how the ocean and the drop blend together. Now, I invite you to watch a video about the inner state of the person and how the person shapes it with his or her attention.
Human life is a flow of inner states. Whatever state a person pays more attention to, soulful love, inner joy, and harmony, or the state of anger, malice, and irritation, those states actually become prevailing in his or her day. The task of a person who follows the spiritual path is to constantly maintain and accumulate the state of inner joy, the feeling of unconditional love which comes from the soul, the state of living by the spiritual world, of unity and integrity. Personality accumulates this state here and now. There is an interesting fact that the word состояние, state in Russian, is a derivative of the word состав, composition, structure, which means to consist of. A state is what you consist of. What you feel is what you consist of at the moment. It is interesting that over time, in the Russian language, the word state has become covered with figurative meanings that have substantially changed its original meaning. Nowadays, we may encounter cases when the word state is used figuratively in the meaning of material fortune. For example, there is a phrase, "He made a big fortune." This gives an understanding of what the inner state is in a person's life. It is what he or she gains. The inner state implies a non-material value which a person has accumulated during his or her lifetime, and the true value accumulated by personality is the inner feelings of love, gratitude, purity, and unity with the spiritual world, the world of God. These are the feelings thanks to which personality begins to live by the spiritual world already during the life of his or her body. The meaning of the word state also explains the essence of certain inner processes, a full understanding of which is certainly unattainable for the mind or consciousness, since it is beyond their limits. The word state has three meanings: position, status, title or rank, as well as wealth or property. Based on this, we can describe what the state is in human life. The state of feelings is the inner state. It is the feelings which you are in, which your attention is focused on. The state is what you consist of. If you feel love, it means you consist of love. The inner state is who you are. It is the feelings which you abide in. When you feel love, you are love. Eventually, the inner state is what you gain when residing in this temporary illusion of matter. It is what you will walk out the door of this illusion with, what you will carry with yourself, and what will determine your future destiny. If, while being in this illusion, you have gained the inner state of the feeling of love and have already become love, then after your material shell disappears, you will remain the one whom you have succeeded to become during this time, you will remain love.
Grazie Xenia.
Thank you, Xenia. Yes, spiritual love, which knows no measure or boundaries, overcomes everything. Love is what makes us alive, and every moment each of us makes a choice between knowingly dead and eternally alive. And the change in the society depends on everyone's choice. Monica, you have the floor.
Naozaj. Wszystko zawisi od toho, kam wkładamy naszą pozorność.
Indeed, it all depends on where we put our attention into. In life, we often encounter situations in which we observe negative thoughts in our minds about other people, especially friends. For example, who hasn't encountered such a situation? A person is engaged in his usual affairs, he's in a good calm mood, he's inspired by the sun outside the window, he's inspired that things are going well, that everything is all right with his loved ones, but then he slipped the thought that some person once said a bad word to him or said it with the wrong intonation, and if we paid attention to that thought, that's it, the mood is ruined, and we notice it when debates and duels are going on in our heads. Consciousness has done its job. We have experienced negative emotions, and we have an imaginary enemy. Tell me, please, who really is the enemy in this situation? Who interfered with the happiness we were experiencing a few minutes ago? No one was near us, no one was talking to us, except the artists in our head who played out this play and did everything they could to make the person experience negative feelings with the other person and stop communicating with them. Now we've talked about the individual case of one person, but just imagine all the people. What is going on in their heads? That's how the system divides us. And this mechanism works in a fractal way between two people, as well as between teams, communities, and eventually between countries at war with each other. We see enemies in each other, but we do not see the real enemy. He creates all these misfortunes with our hands because we had believed him. We had believed a bad thought that came to us. We had believed the image that the meter, the information field, presented to us. All of this done to keep you and me divided. So it's easier to control us and literally drive us to death. Why do I say to death? Because that's what it is. All religious teachings say that a person as a spirit has the ability to live forever. What do you think the life potential of our body is? 1,500 years. Yes, you did not mishear. 1,500 years. So when we pay attention to fantasies and pictures in our head, all of our life force drains to them. As a result, we lose both eternal life and our body lifespan is reduced to just paltry. Average of 70, 80 years at best, if you're lucky. But thanks to the information which was sounded today from the speakers, we already have the knowledge which allows us to understand in time what is actually happening and to make the right conclusions for ourselves. I would like to quote from a Latra book: "To know the truth does not mean to divide everything in it with the mind, pro and cons. To know the truth means to comprehend with the soul its single essence and the infinity of spiritual freedom. From the spiritual nature stems the natural human need to live in equality, brotherhood, unity with the entire humanity, and the realization that all the people on the planet are kindred and very affined to each other in their spiritual component. Society is transformed only when people begin to transform themselves. We need to begin to act, to become a good example to others. In a civilized society with a spiritual vector of development, every person from early years must be able to ignore thoughts from the animal nature, understand his dual nature, his energy structure and its possibilities. He must know that he is directly connected with the spiritual world, that God is one, and that there should be not any intermediaries for communication with him at all. Sacrament of the two It's man and God. In society, it is necessary to create conditions so that the new personalities who have come into this world understand the main meaning of life, to increase their spiritual power, to observe the cultural and moral foundations natural to people, to show more humanity, kindness in their thoughts, words and deeds, to improve themselves in inner work on themselves, and in the end, to save their soul. All people are kind by their spiritual nature, because everyone has a soul, and in this sense, everyone is kindred and very fine to each other, for souls are united. They are from the world of God, and this unites all people, regardless of the social status, place of residence, religious beliefs, and nationality of their bodies. From the book Allatra by Anastasia Novak. Thank you, Monica. Yes, on a deep level, we are all united, and there is a great potential in uniting people. And, dear friends, our kaleidoscope of facts is coming to an end. And before I give the floor to Luca, I would like to thank all the participants whom you may not have seen on the screen today, but without whom today's kaleidoscope of facts would not have taken place. Thanks to our friends who have prepared the script, invited the scientists, and filmed interviews with them. Lots of thanks to the technical support team. Thanks to all the translators, interpreters, designers, and editors. I would also like to thank the participants who have prepared the videos. Thanks to everyone who has contributed to today's live broadcast. Once again, I would like to remind you that today's live broadcast has been interpreted into 20 languages and has been organized and broadcast thanks to volunteers from all over the world. Lots of thanks to all of you. We invite everyone who's interested to join the research and organization of the next episodes of Kaleidoscope of Facts. Giving the floor to you, Luca.
Microfono.
Grazie Natalia per avermi ricordato del microfono.
Thank you, Natalia.
Grazie alla partecipazione attiva
To
di
the
molte
active
persone
participation of many people, we were able to look at the topic of the power of images from different angles and see the full picture of how complicated the situation is. Yes, today we are all in one way or another under the power of images. Unfortunately, they dominate in our heads. Images steal our lives, lead to conflict and disunity, but we feed them with our own life energy. This is the real problem. But when a problem is seen, a way can be found to solve it. We must remember that we, the real ones, are from another world, and our life is not limited by physical body. We have only one way to real life and happiness, through deep feelings and love. Each of us faces a choice: images or reality, death or life, death or life. And to complete our kaleidoscope, we offer to watch a fragment from the program Energy of Life, with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Con la partecipazione di Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. Arrivederci.
Goodbye.
In order not to harm yourself, in order not to get confused in your own consciousness, and not to engage in those fantasies in your head, cultivate love. It is very simple. The one that comes from within. Do not finance empty conversations and empty pictures in your mind. And they say, to daydream. Do not daydream, my friend. If you want something, earn it. Do it, create it. Only weigh whether you really need it or not, and everything will be fine. And invest your attention entirely in gaining life, eternal life, in love, in God's love. Nothing compares to it. And for starters, let's just learn to love each other. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. It's a very important topic. Thank you very much.
It's an interesting and profound topic. And I think if our friends are interested, we will continue this discussion. Thank you very much, friends. Thank you for being with us.
Спасибо всем, друзья.
Какой